It's too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tiege Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tiege Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tiege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tiege Hanley. And because Tiege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tiege Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tiege. Let the Tiege force be with you.
That's right, family. The Tiege is go time.
Let's just have a conversation.
Doing, family? What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Chanel, Lady Di, Austin, Sweeney, Bruiser, Leah, Mr. Let Go, Nicole, me and myself on Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
What's up? How are y'all?
What's happening?
Hey.
Doing well, doing well.
What's happening? What's happening? It's good to see you guys. Welcome to the show. So we got some new people on the panel. How you guys doing? Y'all ready?
Hey man, I gotta be on top, man. I don't feel right being down here.
Oh, you know what? Just let go. Excuse my manners, sir. Sorry about that. I know you want to shine. It was good to see you guys. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Before we get the show started, shout out to the sponsor, Tiege Hanley Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. Make sure you guys feel the Tiege. Also, let me see who we got in the chat. I know we got a lot of Green Gang in the chat already. Christopher J. Bronny, Ed Hill, Mr. BX87, Marcellus Davis, Frenchie K757. I see we got HR in the building too. So if any hurt feelings reports need to be filled out, please feel free to contact HR and he will get that report to you. If you want to become part of Green Gang, that link is pinned to the top of the chat right there. Come on over and go green. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you share the stream too. This is going to be another bang in the book. So make sure you guys go ahead and share that. Let's go ahead and dive into our first topic of the night, which is the game is about not being in that situation in the first place. The game is about not being in that situation in the first place. I do have a clip for context I'm going to play for you guys right now, and we'll go ahead and dive into the discussion. Sounds good? All right, here we go.
I think the game is fixing situations. All of you guys hit me up, and I be seeing these goofy ass red pill dudes. All of their advice is tailored around fixing shitty situations. The game is about not being in that situation in the first place, picking the right women, not trying to, what do I do when my girl is going out and my girl is, going on girls trips? What do I do? How do I deal with that? So these guys think game is fixing that. Game is learning how to spot the women who don't do shit like that and seducing them. Not having a magic wand to fix shitty situations, to fix dirtbag. That ain't what the fucking game about.
All right, let's go ahead and hop right into it. The game is about not being in that situation in the first place. I'm gonna go ahead and start with you first, Lady Di. I see you with that smile. What are your thoughts about that?
You always pick me first. So I mean, I agree. Why would you complain about something that you picked? Meaning you had a choice to pick someone that is good for you or someone that's bad for you. No, we're not going to know the right answers, but some people do show signs and we just tend not to read it. So since we're talking about men here, men sometimes wouldn't choose the right woman because how she looks. So sometimes the looks would kind of trump over what she really is about. So I think that we just got to be more mature when we're picking, so we won't have to be in, messed up situations. And I'm not talking about all scenarios. I'm saying when you get older, because I know when we're young, we make mistakes. But as you get older, you can't keep, making the same mistake and be like, hey, why isn't my girl doing this and that? Well, she's not going to do it because that's not the type of woman you chose. So you should just choose right. And if you don't know how to choose right, I know somebody that has a good woman, go ask that man. Or go pay attention to women who are married. You don't have to know anybody. Just be observant.
All right. Also, I'm going to go to you. The game is about not being in that situation in the first place. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, essentially, it is. I would think that it's you can't pick. If you have to worry about what your woman is going to do, you clearly made a decision to go after and pursue the wrong woman. It's not that difficult. It's really a matter of your vetting process. If I got to worry about the woman, if I'm dealing with a woman, and Nicole Michelle talks about this quite a bit, it depends on what I've seen is women that we classify as 8s, 9s, 10s. Those are what she would call for the game, right? If you got to worry about that, if your game ain't that tight, then you'll have those thought processes. You'll be worried about what is she doing in this situation. Or if you are on that upper echelon of men and you feel like you don't have to worry about it, you don't have to ask those kinds of questions. But it all comes down to a vetting process. How confident are you in your abilities to keep somebody secure with you? That's really what it boils down to. It's a confidence thing.
Okay. Chanel, what are your thoughts about that? The game is not about being in that situation in the first place.
I definitely agree. My mom always told me to learn from other people's mistakes. Of course, you're going to make mistakes as a human being in life, but in our community, we can't afford to be making the same mistake over and over and over again. As a woman, I was able to pinpoint what crappy men looked like without even having to date them. So I think it's very important for us to be visual, use our eyes, use our common sense, and see, okay, that guy's gangbanging, that guy's dealing drugs. Okay, he's a bad guy. Let's not try to date him. Same thing for men. Just because she's hot doesn't mean she's a good person. So I think a lot of men, just like Lady Di said, they kind of use their eyes to replace with their heart. And they tend to just go for the hot woman and ignore the super big red flags that are in them, and it just kind of ends up going bad. And then they say, oh, all women are like that, when no, all women that you look at are like that.
Mr. Let Go, I'm gonna chime in, sir. The game is about not being in that situation in the first place. What are your thoughts?
Well, I always say you don't know somebody until something stupid happens. So the vetting process is a process. You know, shout out to my guy King Dre, but I think it's important, and I know it's a 1-minute clip and you can't put everything in it, but you can't just pick the right woman by just looking at them, you know, because just like y'all are saying, guys are picking the wrong woman by just looking at them. It goes both ways. So you have to, one, have conversations and get deep with the conversations to see you know, how they operate and, you know, what they believe in, things like that. Because at the end of the day, a woman, just like a man, they're going to lie. They're going to put on a front, and they're going to be within their, you know, how sometimes you'll meet a woman and she's just real dainty and she's really like, well, I don't do this. Next thing you know, something happens and she's totally different. A lot of women do that. So it's a lie that most women are telling in the beginning anyway. So it takes a process, and you got to have a process instilled in you where no matter what woman you date, you're not going to go too fast. You're not going to go too far until that process has, you know, gone through itself. Because at the end of the day, a woman can turn around and screw you over just like a man can turn around and screw a woman over. So it's simple to say, pick the right woman or pick the right man. You got to have a process of understanding who's in front of you, because it's bigger than just picking somebody. It's actually choosing somebody, and picking and choosing is different. You pick flowers, you choose a house.
Okay. Nicole, I'm coming to you. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, the game has been replaced with simple wisdom that we're supposed to get from mom and dad. We're supposed to pick up social cues and understanding how the opposite sex and how people operate in day-to-day life from watching those who set examples for us. And a lot of people didn't have that, unfortunately. So they resort to the game to kind of guide them or give them some type of wisdom on how to select. And that can go good or bad. And a lot of times it goes bad because at the very least, there's no mentorship. So we rely on a lot of people who give the game based on their own experiences and their own data and however they feel, their emotions and things like that. So in theory, yes, we're supposed to be able to sniff out bad situations. But when we rely on the game instead of wisdom and sound advice from knowledgeable people, knowledgeable sources, then we get caught up.
Okay. Bruiser, come on, chime in, sir. The game is about not being in that situation in the first place.
Well, I get what he was saying, but he says fixing shitty. It's not about fixing shitty situations, but you learn by trial and error. You know, so you can fix these things, so you can come up with a resolution for these things. And how and somebody like himself, he. I mean, it's funny to me because how can you relate? How can you relate if you haven't been through the same struggles or the same trial and error as the people that you actually talking down on? And then you associate red pill with these people as if people who aren't claiming to be red pill aren't predisposed to catching L's and actually having to fix the issue. You get what I'm saying? Oh, so he's red pill, so all he want to talk about is fixing issues, but it just don't make any sense to me. You're gonna have issues. It's nothing wrong with coming to a place or, you know, actually talking about how to fix them. We could talk about how to pick things all we want. We could talk about how to prepare ourselves to, you know, end up results for the best optimal situation all we want. But you got a plethora of people that that makes mistakes that just are unaware. And it's totally fine to surround yourself with people who've been through the same obstacles you've been through and can coach you through like how to repair yourself. So I don't know why he I think he did it intentionally. I don't know why he chose to associate red pill with a group of people who go through issues and all they do is talk about fixing shitty situations.
Really, Bruiser? That's all they do is sit around whine. What really? That's all they do.
But I think it's a biased approach when you label a group of whiners as people who are red pill when
they're a group of whiners.
One could argue that people who are claiming to be red pill are somebody's looking from the outside in and say, hey, this guy's a red pill because of his ideology. One could argue that it's not so much of complaining. It could be just coming together and being aware of things that the person who didn't take a red pill wouldn't be aware of.
Mr. Lego.
What up?
What is the overall message regarding red pill?
I don't know. Whine about women they can't get. And
you don't know. That's where it stops at. And you don't know.
Excellent question.
Whiny ass children.
You don't just stop right there. You don't know.
No children having children.
You don't know.
No girlfriend having as children, little boys.
You don't know.
No experience having as
red pill is deeper than that. Now, I'm not even a fan of the red pill, Mr. Let Go, but you got to understand the red pill philosophy was rooted in, and it began with a guy by the name of Rollo Tomasi. And whether people don't acknowledge that, the net of it is, it was then expounded upon and it grew into the Obsidian Ali's, the Kevin Samuels, they took a lot of different things and they created this sort of amalgamation of beliefs, and I would damn near call them doctrines. But you can't, if you can't just say that you don't know on one hand, then say that it's a bunch of non-girlfriend having XYZs on the other, because it doesn't necessitate an authentic. It's not authentically true. The red pill has a legitimized foundation that is based on a white man's, interpretation of
a white man.
But it doesn't matter, right? White men date, black men date. So the net of it is, you can't make a generalistic
so what you're saying, they're
without
children of a white man.
No, but see, that's not true. All men date. That's universal.
Black children of a white dude. That's even worse.
So
the offspring of an old white dude.
Here's the funny thing.
As I've said a plethora of times before, it's much deeper than that. You can't give such a surface level definition to a term that has legitimization to it. There's a legitimate section of YouTube that has identified itself as the red pill manosphere. That is
losers.
Here's the funny thing about since he wanted to bring up the red pill, is that's literally probably one of the major cornerstones of red pill is understanding and recognizing women for who they are and not trying to change them. That's literally one of the main messages. So I think he was just taking pot shots at him, but it goes against everything that he said they talk about all the time. That's why when I asked Mr. Lego that question and he said, I don't know, you don't know. And that guy obviously doesn't know either.
So explain it, sweetie.
I think he does know. I think it's just somebody that claimed to be red pill probably made a video about him reacting to him or cussing him out, and then now they're like, oh, I don't like the red pill guy.
The sad part is that a lot of rejects kind of hijack that movement.
Thank you.
Even with the Kevin Samuels, I'm an avid fan of Kevin Samuels, but the people that I saw trying to, kind of like exercise his doctrine, you don't even qualify to live what Kevin is talking about. And the thing is, like with the red pill, they like to use even Jordan Peterson. I'm like, how he got in this red pill? He's not even red
and
pill.
He's nowhere near red pill.
They try to take his doctrines and kind of like, smudge it up a bit. So even today I was having a conversation. I was telling some folks, the guys that really understand what the red pill is, they have to then take their movement back or make some type of delineation, because now the loudest voices are the incels, are the ones that don't understand. Understanding women is important. It's just whining and nagging.
Jordan Peterson is red pill.
I don't know.
And what?
We can agree to disagree with that.
Jordan Peterson?
Old ass is not no damn red pill. He's a millionaire living his damn life. He's not one of these losers.
I wouldn't call Jordan Peterson.
He's not.
The chief reason that I wouldn't call Jordan Peterson red pill is, for one, when he made a statement that I'll never forget it. He said it, and he said, if a woman doesn't choose you, she's right. You're wrong. She's right. Women have a right and an authority to be highly selective when it comes to dating. They do. It's a fact.
That's red pill.
Because the
That's
world
not
is
a fact.
That's not red
pill.
That's not a fact.
What's not a fact? What's not a fact?
What you just said. You said the women who choose these men, or sorry, that don't choose the man means that they're right about their, diagnostic of them being a bad dude. That's wrong.
No, that's not what he said. All he said was that if she doesn't choose you, she's right not to do so. The only thing he meant by making that statement is right. The only thing he meant by making that statement, and he expounds on this by in his own admission, women have to see the world in a more scary, more dangerous way, because they're the ones that have the predominant responsibility for child rearing and infancy. So if a woman deems you worthy in her eyes for whatever her standard is for sexual selection, reproduction, that's her right to do so. You as a man can't force a woman you can't force her to see you as a viable option. That's all he meant. That's all he meant. He didn't mean anything else besides
red pill. That's red.
But when you look at it,
how she deems you is incorrect. That is her
exactly.
Right.
Even if her analysis of you is wrong, she's still right in her choice, because dating is the ultimate subjective game. That's it.
Red pill.
But try to look at it like this. Just try to look at it like this, because it's funny, and the same thing kind of goes with Manosphere too. Notice when everything is not going well. When somebody who's red pill do something stupid or foolishness that maybe other people who talk in that space don't agree with, they'll disassociate themselves with. It's almost like a sponsorship. It's almost like you are the sponsorship company and red pill is an actual human being. And once somebody in there come in there and take a shit on it, or in the manosphere, or it looks stupid, you'll see all these content creators who've been using these keywords in their freaking tags to get SEO optimization to trigger the algorithm to get views, say, oh, I'm not a part of that, because that guy right there looks foolish in the space. So I'm going to say I'm not a part of it. But it's not about you saying you're not a part about it. It's about perception. It's about people looking on the outside and being able to relate your talking points and your philosophy and your ideology and intersect it with other people who talk similar. So you kind of fall into it.
So doesn't that mean not me, but smart dudes are using that dumb shit in order to grow in the algorithm and get the hell out? Which means they don't necessarily believe in it.
It's the same thing as black people. You got black people that don't want to associate themselves as a black person because they see black people out here in Chicago in the streets.
But the thing, but if it's an actual doctrine that y'all say, people don't believe in the shit. So because the higher up people in this manosphere crap,
higher up people,
Yeah, who are those people? Who are the higher ups that you're talking about?
I don't know. The only people I can think of is NPR, Kevin Samuels.
You have to stop talking about something you don't know about.
Meaning, calm down.
It's better to ask a question first.
Calm down. Can you
ask
calm down?
Questions.
Calm down.
You are literally saying you don't know to the man.
You don't know.
Can y'all let me? Manosphere, don't talk about the man.
Nobody's telling you not to talk about it, but you gotta at least know.
Can y'all calm down? I'm sorry, I'm talking about y'all daddy. I'm sorry.
You ain't talking about mine. Mine absolutely not.
I'm talking about your language. Sorry. Can I talk, please? Can I talk? I'm sorry. I'm not talking about y'all little white guys.
I was going to finish it. I think somebody had a question down below. So go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, O'Shea Duke Jackson ain't in it. Kevin Samuels said he wasn't in it. MTR said he wasn't in it, and I can't think of anybody else. So the biggest people that actually blew up from it ain't claiming it. And this is something that is important for a lot of men to understand. The dudes that actually grow in it disavow it the second they get what they want. It's like getting with a chick, acting like he in a relationship with her, and once he gets his nut, he out. So these dudes are using these goofballs in order to blow up in the algorithm, and then they out. That means it's not a doctrine, it's a horror thing to use. It's like a coochie or some shit.
But see, Lego, that's what we're trying to tell you. It's not something that you say
It's
that
a
you
coochie
are
doctrine.
and you're not, and then you get
It's a
an
vagina.
icon over your head or a badge, a symbol that says, "Oh, I am red pill." It is it's an ideology. It's a philosophy that
It's a
you embrace
vagina.
in how you talk and how you think. It's
No,
not something that, oh, I'm red pill. Okay, so now everybody know I identify. It's not like you can
Bruiser,
choose
it's a
it.
vagina.
Hold on real quick. It's not like it's a sexual preference you choose or something like that. It's almost like as if you're an ethnicity almost similar to that. So like I'm with the black culture, but if I see black people behave, if I see a whole bunch of teenagers go out in Chicago and start beating up people and acting foolish, I may want to say, hey, look, I'm no longer identify as that culture or ethnicity. I'm separating myself because I don't like it. So it's similar to that. You get what I'm saying? And if I do behave that way, I don't have to say I'm a heathen or I'm a knucklehead. It just comes with the association based on my behavior and what I do and as far as my actions.
But
And
that's
Nicole,
why I said that. That's
Nicole
why
was
I
trying
say
to say
that
something.
men have to, the men that like yourself that can articulate it in that way have to then be a little bit more vocal and a little bit more out front, because unfortunately, all you get on your timeline is men complaining about women, what these women are not doing, what they're not
Leah.
bringing to the table. Like it just sounds
Let
like
her
whining. So
finish.
the men that really understands it should then, be like, okay, that's a whole different thing over there. This is really what the doctrine is about.
But then, Leah, you know what that goes into, to be honest with you, and Nicole, I want to throw this to you as well. Let's be honest. Human nature is predisposed to click on BS and nonsense, right? Let's be honest, because and everybody, right? It's almost what this sounds very similar to is everybody knows I'm a Christian, right? Diehard Christian. But if people are taking the banner of Christianity and then committing the crusades, which God never condones violence of any kind unless he authorizes it, but people are adopting the Manosphere banner, using it to accomplish some particular task. And then the second that it becomes, that's where Let Go has some degree of a small point. Some of them are just cutting it off once they've accomplished a task. But there is an objective definition upon which to base what the Red Pill Society is. Nicole, would you agree with that, or that the message has been kind of muddled in today's society? What would you say?
I mean, honestly, about the Manosphere and Red Pill, for Black men, I really don't understand the benefit. I've been asking this question all over social media, and I've always gotten nothing. I asked it today. What's the point? What have Black men built as a result of being a part of the Manosphere and Red Pill? And you know what? Mr. Lego, I have to agree with you. There was a guy who attended Harvard, and he built he by himself revolutionized social media as we see it today, all because he was rejected by a girl. The next guy said, you know what? I want to compete with that guy she chose who is on the crew team. And because I'm not athletic or as good looking as him, I'm going to compete with my brain. He revolutionized single-handedly the music industry by creating Napster. The previous guy created Facebook. So I've been asking Black men on Clubhouse, mainly, because I don't really want to talk about that on my channel. What exactly have Black men learned, gained, built from being a part of it? Okay, so you understand women now. So what have you learned and what have you built?
Not
and
a
what
damn thing.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so much.
What have you
This
done?
is what I'm saying. These losers ain't built nothing. And then when somebody actually does blow up, they don't claim the shit. They run away from it.
Kevin
What kind
didn't even
of
claim
dumb
that
shit? There's no way in hell I will be part of this dumb shit, because whenever somebody actually becomes a boss of it, they don't want to be the boss of it.
They want to
think about that.
Disengage.
All right, let me go ahead and get Sweeney in there real quick. And
Manosphere is like a big ass vagina.
Go ahead, Sweeney.
Okay. It is what it is. Y'all, I mean, I can't sit here and I'm not here to defend the Manosphere. It is what it is at this point, because y'all just wilding.
I just asked.
I don't. You asked a question, but it's disingenuous, because you're asking, well, what have y'all built from it? Well, we're here for it because of it.
Wait, what?
We're literally don't interrupt. We're literally on this podcast right now because of the Manosphere. A bunch of people coming together having conversations about these relationships, things that y'all never heard men talk about. Y'all finally get to hear us. And to answer Leah, there are men that were very vocal, and the women still didn't listen. And in fact, they celebrated one of their deaths. They celebrated a few of their deaths. So whether whether these men sit there and try to disassociate themselves or whatever, if somebody doesn't like what you got to say, which is pretty much the overall position of the manosphere, women largely just don't fuck with it. And it is what it is. I'm not here to tell y'all have to, but to say that they need to desegregate themselves, that's easier said than done. I think it's a cop out to throw the whole entire movement or throw the whole entire group away. It's not right.
I thought you were done. Go ahead. Thought you was done.
It's like we can make that argument about any group to tell them, hey, look, either you separate yourself from them because they hijacking your movement, or we're gonna completely disengage from it. That can be said about anybody. So I don't think it's fair to label an entire group that way especially when you don't know the overarching message that comes from that community. You know what I mean?
Well, let me raise this question to you, Sweeney.
But hold on 1 second. But it's hard as a person who has, if you just going from the clips that is on your timeline and you're not taking the time to, let's say, go listen to an entire Jordan Peterson or even Kevin, God rest his soul. You didn't take the time to go back before he got popular and listen to when he was talking to men, right? When he was trying to get men together. If you don't take the time to go do that and you're just looking at what is in front of you, your perception of the manosphere is going to be tainted and it's going to be
right.
negative.
But let me ask you a question. Wait.
It's them.
No. So
hold on.
Here's the thing. Whose fault is it that somebody is too lazy to go hear an entire message rather than get it from clips?
That's what I just said.
Is it the manosphere problem? Or is it the person that's watching that only cares about the clips and don't take the time out? Because here's the thing. Kevin Samuels even said in his clips, watch a whole show.
Yep.
He tells them all the time, just watch a whole show.
But Sweeney, there's a problem with that. And this is because
what's the problem with that?
Hold on. This is what I tell people in my coaching group, a social media coaching group. Everything that comes out your mouth is a representation of your brand. I always say, every time you post a 1 minute clip, I don't care if it's 30 seconds, that is a representation of your brand. You got to understand, people have the attention span of a goldfish. So they're going to see one clip of what you said. They're not going to go watch your stuff.
Here's the problem.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done. So Kevin Samuels was wrong. We like, they didn't watch my video.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with what you said.
I'm not done. If I take a sip of Pepsi, that's what Pepsi tastes like. I don't need to drink the whole bottle to know if I like Pepsi or don't like Pepsi.
Mr. Lego, no.
Hold on, wait,
Let
me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Here's the problem with what you just said, Mr. Lego. Kevin Samuels was very careful about what he put out there. He put exactly what he wanted to be heard out there. If you go directly to his channel, he puts exactly what you need to see. It's not him breaking up and clipping his videos. It's other people, and then they go and watch those people's videos, and then they make assumptions. So no, there are a lot of people, even in my own videos, I talk about a lot of different stuff. If somebody chooses to edit and clip my video to show a different message, and then people are too lazy to go and watch the entire video, that is not my fault. I said what I had to say.
That's right.
If you didn't get the whole message,
it's just like when you buy, let me say something real quick. Just like when you buy something, there's instructions. If you choose not to read the instructions, then whose fault is that? The person who made the product or the person who bought it? So just because, and remember, we're adults, we're not kids. So kids are the ones who are not as responsible to not follow something in whole, because their brain is something where they only got, about a few seconds. But as adults, we have to mature up and look at the bigger picture. So if you see something that, wow, that clip was foul, let me go watch the whole video. You should make time. If you decide not to make time, then you're the one that's immature. So that's not the person who's making a video's fault. If when you watch the whole video and you still have the same analogy that you've seen with the clip, then that's a fair choice to be like, okay, this is what I get from it. But if you're not even taking the time of the day, then what's the point of you even being on YouTube?
Lady Di, it is the person that makes his fault, because at the end of the day, they made it. So if I spill some shit on the floor and somebody slip on it, I can't turn around and say, well, you shouldn't walk on it. No, I'm the one that put it out there. So if I put a piece of content out there and it pisses somebody off, I can't say, well, you didn't watch the rest of it. I specifically and meticulously put this one piece of content out there that was 1 minute. If it takes somebody an hour to understand where I come from or what I believe in, I don't need to be putting 1 minute clips out there because that's going against the integrity of my brand, if that's the case.
So if you have something on the floor, right? That's the analogy you use. Whose fault? You didn't look. Look,
you know what? Hold on, real quick. Let me say this. Mr. Lego is the type
that's on the floor that you slipped on.
Let me get in here. Mr.
Lego.
Y'all gotta let Chanel get in there. With that type of mentality, Mr. Lego, sadly, you are the type of person. If I was a pastor, and I've just read one goddamn script, excuse my language, and I read one scripture said, "Thou shalt not kill."
Good point.
And you went in the military and you got your fucking head blown off because you didn't want to pick your weapon up and kill nobody. You're going to come back and say to God in heaven saying, oh, well, he told me not to kill. I'm not supposed to go and learn the whole concept behind when to use my self-defense. Come on, man.
It's the same thing with politicians.
That was a very
you gotta understand.
That was a very well given example.
Let me get Chanel in there. Let me get Chanel. Hold on.
That was a great example. That was a great example, Bruiser. I totally agree with that. And also, Mr. Let Go, some things that you said just now today can be clipped and turned into something that you don't want.
Women are children.
Anybody can say something and it turns into a
women
different
are children.
message.
Then everybody gonna like, oh, he's a pedophile.
Women do stupid shit, and because women do stupid shit, so come on, man.
I'm okay with that though.
So wait a minute.
I'm not gonna get mad at that.
One thing I do want to say about the manosphere, as ugly as it's turned into today, I've never seen men so confident since the manosphere has opened up on YouTube. I think men have finally gotten a strong voice where media was taken away. And just a few shows ago, there was a topic about Black men controlling their own narrative. And I think the Black manosphere is Black men controlling their own narrative. Finally, as a woman, I can see what Black men really think. I can hear and learn and understand. And before I was married, I took some of those advices and I applied it to my own life. So it really helped me as a woman. So I'm not gonna sit here and fully agree that, oh, the manosphere or red pill is bad. There are some bad apples. And I do believe some people take it to the extreme where they say like, all women are dumb and wrong, which I totally don't agree with. But I think what it started off to be and what its main purpose is really uplifting Black men, or at least the Black manosphere, uplifting Black men. And we can finally hear what we want. We finally wanted them to talk, and now they're talking. And now we don't want to listen to them anymore. Like,
that's why.
But on top of this, let me say this, because I think this is what a lot of people get. The message gets muddled. The manosphere is still not representative of all Black males. And this is what I mean.
I hope not.
Because Sweeney, what'd you say, Nicole?
I hope not.
Well, no, because here's the thing, Sweeney, I got a question. Who's the leader?
There is none.
Who's the senior guy?
There is none.
My point. So
no, it's the little white dude with the rotini guy.
No.
White dude.
We're not finna shame Rollo Tomasi like that, because that's not
Rollo.
Like I said, he was the origin point of it. But there is a difference between the Black manosphere, which is why shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. He made the Negro manosphere, and the general manosphere, because white men and Black men have different dating experiences, because the way that both Black and white women operate, especially in this country, are completely different. In the black world, Nicole in my line, we have a matriarchal system. White males get to enjoy legitimate patriarchy. So the conversation that they get to have, relationship centered, is completely different. You have to speak about that within that context. You can't just say that the Black manosphere, the manosphere, and the Negro manosphere are the same. They're not. They never have been.
But let me ask you this, why with the title that he posed, that Lapeef posed, the question right now, why is it then that a lot of Black men find themselves in positions where they're on the defense when it comes to relationships? As far as, you know, the video we just watched, why is it a lot of Black men It's like they know, instead of them stick to the rivers and the lakes that they're used to,
right,
and swim in the waters that they're used to,
well,
they go out there in the Atlantic and swim, and then when they're about to drown, then they, oh my God, these women drown. Like, it's like, why not look at the woman that's right next to you, take it for what it is,
social media,
stay in your lane, and have a better, result.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking
the
me,
Manosphere didn't teach them that. I don't know.
Yes, he did. But see, that's the thing again. And I have. If you're asking me the question, if you're asking me the question, Leah, the only answer to that question I can give is that Kevin's message was picked up by the wrong audience. The message he was spreading was picked up. It was intended for audience A. It was picked up by audience B, C, D, E, F, and G, by the people who are disqualified from his rhetoric. Which is why, if you really go back and watch his content, if we're gonna keep it a buck, Nicole in my line, if you keep it a buck, he had to create new categories of high value men to make the lessers feel better. First it was high value, then it became my hit squad, my Henry, my high earners not rich yet, my high value in training, all this other stuff. So he had to create a different message to fit a specified narrative to make the non, as I would say, the non-select Negroes feel like they had a place at the table too. And in the real world, everybody don't have a musical chair, everybody don't have a seat. That's the net of the situation, whether you like it or not.
She didn't ask that question based on the premises if you were talking about Kevin saying his points. I think she asked the question based on being in the Manosphere and the red pill.
And here's the question.
It's not a message that's specific for audience A. It's a message specific for anybody who's pretty much woken up and understand that, hey, look, there's a similar situation that keep repeating itself. I've been missing it the whole damn time since I've been living. Now that I understand, the nature and of these things, I'm not gonna miss it anymore because I've taken a red pill. You get what I'm saying? It's not so much of a high value man. That's just a genre and the music. It's almost like, so you got to look at this whole thing as a genre. It's not something that that's who I am. You're in a genre. You're playing the same song as other people that's in the same genre.
Well, not all of them are losers.
So now that you see, so now that you see, for example, hip hop is people that came in there and took a shit on it. Now you got these people who actually started or been in it from the beginning when it was actually something. Now you got these people like, oh man, I can't believe they did that. They even look at hip hop as a woman, like a wife or something. They took her and put her in the sewers. Shout out to Common with his lyrics. But it's almost like a genre. It's something that is just constant. It stays there, and other people come in there and they change the whole context of it. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean that you individually have to be, you have to wear that on your sleeve.
And to speak specifically about the Negro Manosphere or Black Manosphere, and I get what Leah's saying. She said basically, you know what I mean, you was swimming in the lake or the pool, and then you try to jump out in the Atlantic. Here's the problem with that. It's under the assumption that we're only talking about people shooting out of their league. The three main concerns, if you go to any Black person on YouTube, as far as Manosphere content and in regards to Black women, there's only three main complaints that Black men have of women. Well, one for real. What would you think that is? What would you say the top three reasons that Black men speak about our women online?
Aggression. Asking for men to have too much money. And it's the Black women are too aggressive. The standards, they ask for men with too much money, and they're out of shape, and they want in shape men. They want the top 10% of men. That's those would be the top three. I mean, that's
I would replace that third one with attitude, or I guess that can tie in with aggression. But
so the question is that true?
For the most part, by and large, yeah. If you,
I'm saying to people who don't,
true, but for the most part, by and large,
I'm saying to people who don't agree. So let's say they are making complaints, right? But is it true though?
No.
A
lot of people date and interact in proximity. So if you're from the Bronx, New York, and you used to women a certain type of way, now it's all women. Have you ever been to Atlanta? Have you been to California? Have you been to Texas? Have you been anywhere? But now it's all women, and you've never left the borough, but it's all women. And
this is what's crazy.
Hold on, we're talking about like a majority. I don't think it's all.
No,
we're saying like a majority.
Cool to talk about, Lady Di. It gets cool to talk about. So even men who aren't even experienced it, because a lot of these dudes aren't experiencing women at all.
No, I get that.
Hold on, lady guys.
So like the
They're not even experiencing women at all. They're just watching porn and jacking off. They're not experiencing women on YouTube complaining about women.
You know this how?
What did you say, nigga?
You know this how?
This is my example. So my example is I see women doing that same thing. I've heard of women just talking about like, oh, this person is bad in bed. That's too small of a size, right? And I'm like, well, how do you know that? Oh, I heard my friend say it. So they're just saying things that's happening.
I understand women are children, so I understand women are going to do that. But we talk about the men.
The majority of men don't experience women.
But my point is,
the majority of men don't experience women.
Hold on. Hold on very quickly. If we
hold on, I'm not done yet. So my point is that if someone is saying a point, like you're saying, okay, they didn't experience it, so they don't have a place to talk. I agree with that. I don't think you should be talking about something you ain't never experienced. But if you hear what they're saying and you just ask a regular man that same question, hey, do you think that this is true? Right? Just an average man, a man that could be married. Some of these men are going to say, yeah, that is true. Because it's a majority of people that are this type of way. So if we're talking about ladies out of shape, right? Yeah, I could agree that if you go to a certain place, okay, some of these women in this area are not going to be out of shape. But I really think they're talking about Black women, right? So Black women are, let's say, quote unquote, out of shape for the majority of it. A lot of Black women are not fit, and they don't have to be a stick. I'm just talking about how they look. Some ladies are out of shape and they didn't even have kids yet.
They're fat as hell.
You have to look like you're in middle school. I'm not saying that. That's bizarre. But out of shape means that you have too much fat in the wrong places. All right. It's not in your ass. It's not in your breast. It's in your stomach. Your thighs are way too big. You're getting cellulite, stuff like that. So if that's the majority of what women are looking like, and they're saying, hey, we want a lady who looks a little bit more petite because of these reasons. And sometimes the reasons are when you have kids, we want you to be a healthy weight because we understand when you have children, you're going to get bigger. So we don't want you to be big or like bigger, right, already. And you didn't even have children yet. So it's just an easier.
That speak like this though. The men that have these standards are in the gutter. You don't see the men that that's having their way. Hold on, the man that's having their way. The man that
what is the gutter? What is the gutter? Can you elaborate?
Hold on, you don't see the desirable men. The man that because we know beauty and desirability is subjective, but the men that we could look and everybody could be like, nah, that's a good looking dude. He got his life together. Those men you don't see complaining.
That's because they already got.
The men that be talking about women's weight, a Black woman, like I tell people all the time, 185 on me is gonna look different to a woman that's let's say 5'11" or a woman that's 5'2" or 4'8". So weight is one thing. Hold on, wait. Let me just finish here. Weight is one thing, but you don't see the men. I'm pressed to see the desirable men that everybody could say, you know what, he's a nice guy, or he's a good-looking guy, or he's desirable. Complaining about weight, attitude, money.
Well, they are. You're lying. You're lying.
No, they are. Wait a minute.
They're trying to make it look like weight isn't a problem. Women are fat as hell, and men don't like it. Stop it.
Hold on. I'm telling you they are because I've heard it myself.
Okay. All right, y'all. One at a time.
Yeah, let me just land it here.
Don't justify being fat.
Listen, I'm not gonna say that Black women are not voluptuous and thicker.
Don't call it that. Don't call it voluptuous.
Use the right word. They're not voluptuous. They're fat as hell. Stop.
Don't call it that.
Stop.
Let me just land. But what I'm saying is, the men that I see complaining, even let's say I was in the dating world. Thank God I'm not. Those men wouldn't stand a chance. They wouldn't stand a chance because you don't look good. You are
you talking about who wouldn't stand a chance in what? In a fight?
Meaning,
in the army?
If I was in the dating world, the men that I see complain, not you, the men that I see complaining about women, they don't even qualify because it's a 2 complaining about a 2.
But you're
hold on, ladies. Hold on,
let me say this real quick, please. What? Yeah, listen. What I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, right? But you're talking about this man that may not be as attractive. But the men who are attractive say the same. Most of them
When?
say the same exact thing. They
When?
want a lady who is fit. What do you mean?
Where are these men at?
Where do
Where
you
are these
live?
men
I'm
at?
just saying.
Leah,
Okay,
Ain't nothing but overweight women out here.
I want to say one thing, Leah. This is the actual thing. You're taking the conversation away from the fact that what Lady Di said, most women are fat. Okay. Now you want to say, well, these men, it ain't got nothing to do with these men. Stay on the conversation. Women are fat. Get your ass, y'all, not you in particular, get y'all fat ass in the gym and stop eating dumb shit. And then nobody will complain about you. Because if there's no fat women, guess what? Nobody will complain about it. So don't make no difference about who's complaining. Y'all asses are fat.
Well, see, but this is where you're being intentionally. But see, this is the problem. This is where you're being intentionally obtuse. What Leah is saying is the Negroes that are doing the complaining about women being fat are themselves not even getting their fat asses in the gym as men. That's the problem.
Hello?
It's one thing if you're complaining. Let me get this out. Let me say this. It's one thing if you're in the middle.
The problem is women are fat.
It is one thing if you're complaining about somebody being fat while your lazy ass is also in the gym putting the work in. It is a completely different thing if you are sitting your fat ass on the couch horking down chips and shit and then you still doing the bitching. That's completely different. That's
I just want to ask men on the panel, if we're going to get on women about weight, then women absolutely can get on you about what's in your wallet, right?
Okay.
Right.
Well, hold on. Let me interrupt real quick.
I'm just asking.
Yes.
Are y'all
talk
saying,
about it, Nicole?
I'm just asking.
Are y'all trying to
Y'all see me
convince?
get an attitude when women talk about money, but y'all
Are
can
y'all
talk
trying to
about what
convince
women need to
the
do all
listeners?
day long. I'm just saying.
Are y'all trying to convince the listeners that the only men who have an issue or even complain about women who are overweight are the ones who are overweight?
No, what they're saying is that the men that are doing the complaining are the ones that have a hard time getting women anyway.
So this is my issue real quick. So just think of let's think of a person who uses drugs,
So
right?
Hold on real quick.
Let's
Hold
say-
on real quick, Lady Dot. So you saying that the guys who don't have problems getting women, are you saying because
they're not going to talk about it
because they don't
They
have
move
problems
around.
getting women?
They move around to get what they want. That's what they do.
So
Bruce, they lie to you, cheat on you.
What you're saying is,
hold on, y'all. Let Bruiser finish.
Are y'all saying the ones who don't complain about getting women and actually get women? Are you saying that these guys are automatically okay with women?
No, they're not okay. They just don't have time to sit on YouTube and complain about it because they're getting mad.
Here's the thing. What I'm saying, Bruiser,
these dudes be on these live streams all damn night long, just sitting around complaining about women with men.
But listen, here's the reason why. Here's the reason why it may appear like that. Because the guys who aren't complaining, for the most part, they have something else to compensate for influence on how they can get an upper echelon woman to where they don't have to deal with women who are overweight. They have leverage to be able to attract and then be able to demand the type of woman they want. The guys who are complaining, it might appear that the guys who are complaining, they're not putting their paychecks forward. They don't want to put their paychecks forward to be able to get a woman that's healthy. It's sad that sad that we live in a damn society today where you have to pay for a woman to be fucking healthy.
That's subjective.
But these guys,
no, you don't have to pay. You have to pay yourself.
Let him finish.
These guys don't have the money to be able to influence a woman to be at her best. She should automatically want to do that on her own individual. Her own energy should be able to project that she want to be at her best. Not
women are children.
Persuade you to be at
but
your
when we look at my 600-pound life,
no, they're not.
When you look at my 600-pound wife, them women always got a plate and a husband. Men already ain't picking women. The skinny ones are single too.
Thank you, Leah.
So
the same could go for a single mother. The same could go for a single mother who says, "Hey, look, I want this man to make $6K,
when I hear
$100K."
Bruiser, now you complaining. We're not talking about single mothers.
But it's the same thing.
And I'm seeing these women, the natural girlies, the skinny girlies, and everybody's still single. I'm baffled because there's no metrics that show me that if I lose weight, I get a husband.
Yeah,
it is metrics.
You're losing the biggest. You're losing the biggest point. you're like putting it in one category. So you have to be fit, right? And then I'm going to get married. That's not the point. You have to be fit. You got to be intelligent. You ain't got to have no goddamn attitude and all of that in between.
You can't be stupid.
You have to have the whole package. Like,
but even hold on, as a man, let me just say this, please. Let me say this really quickly. Let me hold on. Let me throw this out there very quickly.
No, they would get married.
No. Hold on.
Hold on. Let's go to Austin. Let's get Chanel then. Chanel been patiently waiting.
Yeah, we lit tonight, ain't we?
Yeah, come out of hand.
So if let me throw this out there very quick. Let's throw the stats out there. And this is where I hate to say that I come to the defense of women, and I don't want to necessarily even sit at this table, but I got to be honest and tell the truth. The women can get fit, they can be childless, they can do all this stuff. The fact of the matter is today, Black men en masse are not marrying anybody. They're not. Men have reported, in fact, having less sex now at this point than at any point in the past 10 years. Women are reporting going on less dates now because their standards have been raised higher. So even if a woman is in shape, even if she's pretty and all this long list of shit that all these men say, this is what we want. Even when Black women are fulfilling these requirements, for some reason, they are still seen as the least attractive dating option for Black males. This is across the board. You can look at the U.S. Department of Labor. Let me. That's what I'm saying. You can look at the U.S. Department of Labor statistics for this. The marriage rate for the Black community has been stagnant, and it began a downward spiral since 1970, and it has not picked back up since. As it stands right now, 24% of Black women are married. 24%. Black males are married. 34%. The next highest rate of the next lowest is white women at 52%. So there's some disconnect. Something is missing. Women can have all this stuff. They can be pretty, all this other thing. But why are they still not getting picked by Black males? And that's the question.
You should know that answer. Why are we so like simple-minded with this whole topic? I'm sorry.
No, I know the answer, but I'm just saying this to the audience. I know what it is. I'm saying,
like, okay, like, all right. If women are not getting married, right? Let's say they have all of these things and they're still not getting married because you're saying these men don't want to marry them. That's not true. If all women were this particular, most women were this particular way, the men would want to marry them. But the problem is, majority of women are not like that. If that's the case, we know, like, that's a fact. And
in what sense? They're not like what?
In what way? What way?
Yeah, elaborate.
Okay, so the small percentage of women today are good, right? They could be a wife, they could be a good mother. I'm talking about both. You're not just a good mother, you're a good wife too, because sometimes that's missed, right? So you have to have all of it. If all women had this particular way about them, which is natural, it shouldn't be something that's forced. It shouldn't be something that someone has to teach right? It should just come within, because that's what we're born to do. Then more women will be married. So the issue is a lot of ladies have these standards, right? And the standards are knocking out the good men. And I'm not talking about all. They have to be a certain way they look. They have to be a certain height. They have to have a certain caliber of money. If you don't have it, I don't want it. So you gotta let's not act like that's not in existence. There's a lot of ladies that want a certain lifestyle right away instead of saying, hey, I don't mind growing with you because we're young, right? I'm not talking about someone that's 30 and up. Let's start from 20s because we're dating from high school. So let's not act like that didn't happen. So from high school, right? Well, how come people that was in high school didn't stay together? Why? Because one of them wanted to go hoe off and do all those things, and some men didn't want to settle down, right? But there are people who do want to settle down. But what happens is both are not being loyal. One either doesn't have this, the other person doesn't have it. So it don't work out. So let's not blame like, okay, well, it's because of this particular situation. No, it's simple. People don't want to be loyal today, right? So how are they going to get married? It's not going to happen.
Answer that question and be very specific. I'm 27 years old. For context, I'm 27 years old. Women, this is often heard. Whether I agree with this or not is irrelevant right now. This is often heard. Women control access to sex. Men control access to relationships. I always say this on Clubhouse and YouTube and everything else. Men control the key to request marriage. Before you can get a ring on your finger, I got to get down on one knee and ask you. What I'm telling you is today's men somehow are able to get the benefits of marriage from women without even having to offer women the protection of marriage.
No, they're not.
That is the problem.
No, they're
because
not.
The single mother rate, that shit is still sky damn high. So And the ultimate goal, one of the greatest benefits of marriage is what? Child reproduction. So for something is occurring to where black men are extracting marriage caliber benefits without marriage caliber responsibilities. Whose fault that is? Well, it's a combination of both, in my honest opinion. But that's the problem that exists.
Let me get to Chanel.
That's showing that the women in our community are not qualified and they're not well prepped in becoming a wife. But I just can't see men not wanting to be married. If a good woman was presented to them, I really and truly believe that men would want to marry her. However, most of our women in our community are not marriageable. We have lots of feminine and femininity channels. We have femininity channels that promote how you can be a more feminine Black woman. Why do we have them? Because we lack it in our community. So I don't truly believe, I believe the stats, but I don't believe the reasoning, Austin, and why you said those stats, because it's already been proven that if a man finds a good woman, he will marry her. If that woman gives it up too early and already gives him children prior to marriage, that's a big indicator that she's not marriage material.
I would even add.
Let me say one thing before.
And just for the record, we got 3 married Black women up here now, so I don't know what y'all talk about. Ain't nobody marrying nobody.
So look, let me just say one thing, Sweeney. You got it. It's quick. Austin, this is how you get to that point. You ask why, or it's some. You said it's some reason. It's something. So try to figure out this. At what age? What is the ideal age where Black women are more prone or more eager to get married?
29.
Look at that age.
29.
Then after you get that age, now don't just guess. You actually go do the research.
No. I'm telling you.
The number. Okay, fine. Then when you get to that age, look at the probability of a man walking out of his house and running into a woman that doesn't already have kids.
Also, he got off a screen.
Yo.
Listen, look, I laugh. Listen, I laugh.
You either got a belly or a baby daddy.
He makes a valid point. So that one's shit. As a dad,
where do you all go to choose women?
You say, where do we go?
Women that you're meeting, all these single mothers. I just want to know. I'm just asking.
What about it? What's your question? You said what?
Mr. Lega, where are you going in Atlanta where you're meeting all these single mothers?
Shit, to the gas station. Anywhere.
What are you talking about? There's an infestation of single mothers.
Everywhere.
This is crazy.
Let me rephrase the question. Please. Are there places you can go where there is a probability that the women do not have children?
No.
Anywhere you go. Anywhere you can breathe. Hold on. They need to make a dating app. I ain't got no kids.com. That should go crazy. You can't have no kids. And it's like, I ain't got no kids.com.
Mr. Cole.
That question.
Hold on, wait.
I'm sorry. I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but even the church accepts women that are unwed with children, and back in the day, not too long ago, that was unheard of. So I think
also accept castrated man in the choir.
We've accepted women without being married and having children far more than many other stable communities in this country. So I think the rate of women with children who are unmarried is much higher. I mean, I'm pretty sure the stats say that.
Oh, I already said that. Let me explain something.
Because
it's not. But Nicole's question is still unanswered, though.
We got to transition.
It's still what?
Let me respond to Miss Nicole real quick, and then transition
after him.
All right, Ms. Nicole. Here's the thing. The problem is single mothers, most definitely. I can agree with that. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. The problem is them not necessarily because they're single mothers. It's the problems that come along with it. So, you have to
don't pick a single mother. Don't pick a single mother. Go places, elevate your lifestyle to where you can attract
70% of kids are born into single mother households.
30%. Whose fault is that? They did 30%.
There's no. Do y'all realize that when you put numbers, it don't physically make sense? It don't make sense. You can't say everybody go out. You can't say, all right, 80% of y'all men Go date the 30%. That makes no
That's
sense.
right.
Like,
That's how you get
Wait.
married.
Here's the problem, though. Here's where you have to agree with the statement she's making. Because I always say,
Y'all
I
make
said this for a long time.
me.
I say this as a dad myself. This is why you will never hear me complain about single mothers. How the hell did they get there? Did they get there by themselves? No.
it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. That's a
Well,
vast.
also, you just said that women have. But you just said women have
Hold on,
the
wait.
authority.
Let me explain why it doesn't matter. Let me explain
But
why
you
it
just
doesn't
said
matter.
that women have the authority over sex. So wouldn't women have more of a responsibility, at least just a little bit more?
Yeah, okay. No. Yes, they do. But at the end of the day, they don't get that power until it's first granted to them by a man depositing
Wait,
his seed.
what?
So we're not,
What? They don't get the power to do what?
Women don't have any authority to determine. Women,
and they
wait,
go
okay,
open and close like a door.
Aaron. Before a
There's things
woman has
called legs.
before a woman has the ability to decide what to do with the kid got to first find its way into her uterus. Does it not? Who controls where the seed is planted?
Well, who controls access to
The
the uterus?
women do.
The damn woman.
Who controls
where the women
seed is
do?
about? Wait a
The
minute.
women do.
So a
Right
man is
now?
incapable. So a man is incapable of deciding. Come on, man. Come
Oh,
on.
no,
Y'all-
he
y'all-
had-
y'all-
no,
y'all-
no,
y'all-
no,
wait a second. Guys, hold on. Let me say what I'm saying.
Women have legs, yes or no, Austin?
People,
Hold
we
on.
can sit
If
up
a
here. We
woman-
can sit up here all day, guys. We can
If
sit
a
up here.
woman did not have legs, then I'd be like, okay, I can understand.
We can
But
sit up here
if
all day
you have
long.
legs, you have goddamn control. Close
We
them.
can sit up
damn it.
here all day long, and you can run
Hold
away
on,
from
hold
the
on, real quick. Hold on. Let me ask you
Now
this
to the
question.
women who don't
I
have
think
legs.
This is a legit question. This is a legit question. Miss
Women who
what's
don't
your
have
name?
legs don't even be baby mamas. I just want y'all to think about that. I just
Okay,
want
we
to
thought
think
about it. All right, cool.
Okay.
Moving on.
This
So
is-
where in America or in Atlanta because you said like it's an actual place that we can go to. Where is this place that we can go to where we can find women who don't have children?
Do you play golf, Bruiser? Do you play golf?
Single mothers definitely don't play golf, so she got a point.
All right, JR really want to move on, but here's the
Do you
Here's the
travel?
fact.
Where do you travel besides Vegas, New York, Chicago,
reason.
Atlanta, and LA? Where do you go that adds culture and sophistication to your life? That's where you will find women without children. What universities did you attend?
Can you give me one out of all of those places?
I do not believe that all black women are single mothers. I'm not buying that.
Boo. Out of all those
Pick one
places,
that's not.
can you just give me one place?
I just did.
Okay, where's the location at?
She's at a golf course.
Which one?
You can go to the driving range there in Atlanta, right there off of
The driving range in Atlanta. All the women ain't got children.
Single mothers don't
There
play
ain't no
golf.
single mothers out there.
You too
See,
busy with
women
them
don't
kids to
play
be out
golf.
there.
You know what?
All.
Single
You just
mothers
need
don't
to
play
be
golf.
one.
The motherfucker that's gonna give you your golf clubs and everything probably got a
Yes,
business.
Nicole.
I don't know
Like
if y'all
dragging
know
black
this.
women.
Hold on, I looked it up right here.
Dragging black
I
women.
got
I
it.
just asked you a simple question.
Listen, y'all, I looked up right now. The CDC, you can look it up yourself. CDC says single mothers do not play golf. You can look it up yourself.
So they're gonna be out there
Hey,
busting it
hey,
out.
Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole.
That's on the
Thank
CDC
you. That was like
website.
dragging black women, but it's okay. Go off.
I don't know.
Gotta move on.
Listen, I
Hey,
asked
we gotta
you.
move on. We
It
gotta
can't
We gotta
be-
move on. We gotta
It
move
can't
on.
be looked as
gotta
dragging
move on.
black women all the time. I
dragging black
think
women.
I think this information needs to go out because at least I believe everyone on this panel loves and cares for the black community. So sometimes the ugly truth has to be told because I'm tired of our community always being in degradation. We're always
Yes.
unmarried. We're always going to jail. We're always
Yes.
portrayed as bad. So sometimes the truth has to come out so that
I
we
like
can
Chanel.
sit and realize,
But it has to be
okay,
balanced,
this is
though.
what we have
It has
to
to be
work
balanced.
on.
Nothing's
It can't be
balanced.
both
No.
one
Of
side.
course, it has to
No,
be balanced.
balance
No.
the bullshit.
Alright,
We don't need
so-
balance the bullshit.
What's the
It's
balance
never
when
balanced.
70%
black
of
man,
our
he got-
There's no
community is
balance. Everybody's
unmarried?
single mothers.
We
That shit
got-
ain't balanced.
What is the balance where 70% of black women in this country have children and are not married? Where is the balance
80
in
is actually
that?
Because the
like
men are
86%.
All of responsible. That's balance.
And I'm not saying
Yeah,
the men
we on
are
the
not
first topic. We on the
wait.
first topic, y'all.
I'm not saying the
All right,
men
Hold
are
on,
not
we gotta move on, y'all. We gotta
but
move
we
on.
as
on. We gotta
women,
move on.
we have to
All right, let's
be
move
Hold
on,
on.
Lapeef.
Can
Let's
we
move
move
on.
on,
Yeah,
y'all?
we got to move past this because y'all about to
We gotta
give me
move
a
on.
headache.
Chanel.
Single mothers don't play golf. Let's move on.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Aaron.
Let's move on. Let's go get to these super chats real quick.
What are they doing over there?
Crew Channel says $5 salute, JR. NRG $2 says the term red pill comes from the Matrix movie.
Right. All these damn idiots following a damn Matrix movie.
Right now, our friend says salute to Leah and Austin off script.
Appreciate you, Chris.
Mike says a woman's opinion on the manosphere is irrelevant. I don't go to a pregnancy class telling y'all how to breathe during birth. This space is ours. NRG $2 says Yanni is Mr. Let Go overload now. Ignore this clown. Black God $2 says, what the hell you talking about? Let Go. Fantasy Island Girl 499 says Bruiser Sweeney Chanel, Lady Di. Get it, Mr. Let Go. Your opinion is very strong for someone that doesn't even watch it for clarity.
I like her.
Christopher J 499 says the fact that Mr. Let Go is justifying the continuation of taking a deceased man out of context shows lack of leadership and guidance. Not a good look. Voice of reason for my people $2 says let go equals hater, jealousy / envy, weak emotion, ESPN men.
Looks like they missed me. Sounds like it.
And that says the Manosphere helped a lot of young boys. NRG says so we got smoke for basically an online barbershop talk. Yeah, none for divestors who wish deletions on BM. Most of you critics are getting bags from pills.
I got smoke for them too.
Fantasy Island Girl 499 says, Bruce, I'm glad you made the reference to hip hop to help them understand. Fire emoji. Sharon Thomas $5 says, how y'all not know that Obsidian is one of the top heads of Manosphere? There have been conferences and there's even a website, y'all.
And that nigga ain't got no kids, ain't never been married, ain't never did shit.
Fantasy Island Girl 199 says, most Americans are fat, they need to tighten up. Fantasy Island Girl again says they are fat, keep it real. Sharon Thomas, JR brings Shan up. Bennett $4 says, where's Shan? I'm trying to get her BF to marry her. Fantasy Island Girl 499 says, it doesn't matter who tells you that you are fat, the mirror tells you. Chad Poole 199 says, men having standards is complaining, clown. Fantasy Island Girl 99 says, address the weight problem and stop sidestepping accountability. If fat women worked as hard to lose weight as they do to dodge accountability, they would be much healthier. Fantasy Island Girl again 499 says, why aren't women refusing to have children out of wedlock? NRG $2 says natural hair equals reasonable, wigs equals hyenas. Shike Auto LLC 499 says Austin's tell the truth, stop lying, you know the truth. Fantasy Island Girl 199 says exactly. Chanel Will G $50 salute to you, sir. Dope conversation, salute to the panel, bless the network, stay dangerous. Shike Auto LLC 199 says thank you, Chanel and Lady Di. My bro Austin here at Cap.
Where the Cap at?
$5 says where did y'all find this dude Austin that? Thumbs down. Greatness to work $5. Also, remember 50% of black men.
Off my man, Austin, man.
A little over 40% of black women.
Man, these people hate. They hate when they tell the truth over here.
No, Austin about to get this smoke.
I'm over here handing it out.
Needs to be talked about. Our people moving forward. DMT Zell 499 says you dead ass are saying there are single women at the golf course.
Somebody didn't listen.
They are married and with their husband. That might be it for right now. This might be a new one. 50% of black men don't have children. I read that one already. Appreciate everybody that has super chatted to the platform. I want to say thank you. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. Let's go ahead and get to it. Moving on to our next topic, which is what is mentally strong. Let me go ahead and play this clip for you guys. I thought I had it queued up. Let me go ahead and queue it up. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And here's that clip right here, mentally strong.
You would rather have a chick with her shit together and not as aesthetically pleasing as the rest?
It's hard to say, man, but I know what I need.
No. What you need?
I need someone that's mentally strong. You know what I'm saying? That got her shit together, that's gonna help me elevate.
What's mentally strong in a woman?
Somebody who can observe issues, neglect, trauma, understand your issues and neglect and trauma, understand how to work and evolve around them. When niggas say they want peace, I don't think they mean peace in relativity to like cook for me, clean for me, like he said. You know, but that goes also the background too. 9 times out of 10, a nigga who's financially stable, you can accommodate yourself financially with those things you want to find in a woman. A nigga who has a 9 to 5, he can't financially accommodate himself in that. Right. So those things are gonna be pleasurable to him. Damn, she massaged me. Damn, she cooked for me today. Damn, I ain't had no time to wash none of these clothes. My dicky sour as hell. I come home, my uniform washed. But for a nigga like us, Man, shit, I see Lola twice a week. My shit clean faithfully. I don't even walk. I barely walk my own dog. I got 7 to 8 bitches in the building. Can I walk your dog? Sure, walk them. I don't feel like walking them. So mentally strong is somebody who can understand your vulnerabilities and allow you to be vulnerable and help you become stronger.
You'll either have a woman either taking or adding, especially guys with money. We attract this certain type of women, and these women mostly subtract. They want time, they want money, they want all type of shit.
They want everything.
Everything.
They want all.
And it's like, you're not bringing nothing to my table. And it's like, you're subtracting from my life. You're taking energy away from my fucking, my purpose. You're taking away from purpose. It's like, you're not even adding to that shit. So it's like, we choose women solely off looks, and it's damaging.
That shit's so damaging. Like,
damaging, bro.
I swear to God.
I'll go first.
I'm gonna go to Sweeney, then go to Chanel. Go ahead. What is mentally strong?
Well, would you look at that? A bunch of brothers online who look like they make a decent chunk of change complaining about women. Ain't that something?
The man asked the men a question, though.
You know, Mr. Lego, I got to throw a shot at you every now and again. But I think that speaks largely to Leah, you heard what they said, right? Are any of the things that they ask for unreasonable for a regular dude to ask for? Non-argumentative, peaceful. Rub my back every now and again. Any of that unreasonable? Rock with me. That's what most men complain about. And that's how I'm going to leave it right there.
So women not doing those basic things?
They wouldn't be complaining if they were.
Hold on, that was
No.
sound effect.
So you're married, right, Aaliyah?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you don't have these problems. Yeah. So
Why?
that's good.
That's why you're married.
Yeah.
4 married black women up here. Shout out to
That's why
y'all.
you're married.
Did you not think I was gonna bring married black women on this panel with me?
Married black women in here?
That's why Mr.
No,
Cole.
shit like, why aren't these women married? All y'all asses married. What are you talking about?
I know exactly why they ain't married.
Maybe because
the
the
rest of her
things that the
sisters.
men are talking about sound so simple and so like everyday. Like I just thought every woman moved this way.
You would think, right?
When the last time you had 4 married black women on here? That's cause for a toast, maybe.
I wish I had my
wives up here. Toast to the married woman in here. I'm glad to be around y'all in the company of y'all. Toast to y'all.
Yes, sir. I
I'll
love
celebrate
this.
y'all.
Hey, Bruiser, real quick, I will say this. Leah,
Yo, everybody is up here married except
hold
for
on,
3
Mr. Lego.
people.
Hold on,
That's
Mr. Lego.
crazy.
Leah,
That's
that
dope.
speaks to the reason why you don't understand. Because you look at yourself and you look at the women around you like, well, we doing all right. But that's why I said you gotta, it's hard being out here because I you know what I mean? But I understand because I encounter a lot of men because I'm a barber.
But Sweeney,
and they all like, man, I don't understand these women.
but Sweeney, am I doing all right though?
No, not at all. Not even close. Not
You
even
see
you ain't even in the ballpark.
He's not even in the same group though.
That man,
I tell you right now, as a man dating in Atlanta, this dating pool got piss in it. You know, you understand what I'm talking about?
But here's the kicker though.
And y'all love those women. Thank you.
Here's the kicker.
I got a feeling Mr. Cole is from Atlanta.
Y'all love.
Leah, I have a
Y'all
question.
complain about. Y'all love the women you complain about. That's the hypocrisy of it. But
That's why they're not getting
Are
married.
they marrying them though?
We kind of like
Hold on.
hoes.
They're not
Love that they're married.
Hold on, y'all. We got to
Thank
do.
you.
We have to do.
Lego, I love
Hold
your
on, y'all.
honesty.
Hold on, y'all. We got to do one at a time because they can't hear us when we all talk.
Quick question, Miss Nicole. Where
More than
was
2
you at?
people talking, somebody got to chill out.
Where was you at in 1994?
Oh
She
my
wasn't a
God!
freak,
Don't
Nick.
answer that.
She wasn't a freak, Nick, brother. She wasn't.
You always trying something.
Uh-oh.
You always
She
trying
wasn't there, bro. She wasn't there, bro.
She's about to take no answer.
Yo,
Apple Beach party, anybody, anything else. So
Yeah, if they love the women that they
nice
complain
try,
about,
though.
if they
Nice
love,
try.
if they love the women that they complain about, black women be married at damn near 70% clips right now. If they love the women that
Wouldn't they be knocked up at high clips? That's why you got women got kids by multiple different men.
Here's the difference. Austin, I'm gonna explain this to you. This is the difference. To marry somebody requires an active, full-blown, like there's steps. You got to go to the courthouse, you got to sign documentation, you got to do it. Like it don't take much to make a baby. It takes one drunken night, some good music, and her not to smell that bad, and you can make a baby.
So you're
What
that
I'm saying
reckless?
is it don't take. So what I'm
Damn.
saying is, it's not. You shouldn't want to compare marriage to liking somebody to marry and liking someone to have a baby with them, because the metrics to do both of those things require a whole lot more to marry somebody than it does to make a baby with them.
Hello.
People out there making babies.
But if we keep it a buck now,
I agree.
Queen, if we to respond to that,
Thunderbird or some Mad Dog 2020.
to quit. Listen, I agree with you. Right, it does. But the truth of the matter is that when you have a child with them, to quote the Godfather, a child is a marriage because you stuck with it. I'm speaking again. At this point, I'm speaking as a father. You know, the relationship with my son's mother and I didn't work out. But guess what? It doesn't matter who I end up marrying. I'm still stuck, not only genetically, but from a legal standpoint. I got to deal with it just from a social setting. You have to deal with somebody for the rest of your life in some, even if the capacity is limited. So a child is a de facto marriage.
But
men don't go into sleeping with a woman with that in mind. Neither do women.
That would be safe to say under the assumption that people looked at marriage and having babies the same way. They don't.
But hold on.
I get what you're saying, but it doesn't matter because that's not how people look at it.
But no. Somebody can sit up here and say 2 + 2 = 5. They may look at it that way, but the real reality is what? The truth is still the truth. You can sit up here and bullshit
not
yourself
being married, having a baby.
Let's reset to create the premise. The premise was that these men love the women that they complain about, and I said no, they do not, because they're not marrying them. And then you said, well, they having babies. To have babies and to marry somebody is not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
If you notice what I said, I used a very key phrase. I said you are creating, when you have a child with someone, whether you like it or not, want to admit this or not, you are creating a de facto marriage to them. Kevin Samuel said the same thing.
While I agree with that statement, Austin, these men are not seeing it that way. So that's why you're going to have a bunch of
because it's don't just say these men
that way.
Men and women are not seeing it that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I'm really drawing a larger point that I don't want missed. You cannot see it that way. It doesn't change the reality of the situation.
Here's the thing, though. You asked a very
but
specific
Austin,
question.
the law don't see it like that neither. And the sad part about it is that women give their womb so quickly to men that don't even like them. Like a man would sleep with you because you look good, not because he likes you.
He won't marry you because you look good.
To marry you, he got to not only like you, but love you and see a future with you.
And
this is where I jump on the women and say, come on, ain't no babies having that you didn't consent to. Because even if he put it in you, you still got 9 months to figure that shit out. And if you decide to have a child with a man that didn't commit to you, you volunteer to be a single mother. You volunteer to become a statistic. And I'm just not signing up for that dumb shit.
She took the red pill now.
She's taking the red pill.
No. She's
taking the red pill.
On Clubhouse. I'm hating on Clubhouse because this is me on Clubhouse. I don't let women because I'll say this, I'm a sore loser. I don't like losing at nothing in life. So I'm not gonna gamble that he may stick around after. I'm not gonna gamble that he's gonna give me the future that I want. Mind you, I'm not gonna gamble with being a single mother. I'm sorry.
And now you coming out. What was that energy earlier?
In the same vein that men have requirements, don't be fat, be sweet, be feminine. Women should have requirements. You're not gonna make me a baby mama, so you have to marry me first before we have children.
They don't have requirements for themselves. That's why they fat in the first place.
Okay. Hold on. Here's the thing. To her point, to Leah's point, to you, Austin, and I totally understand where you're coming from. You said it was Kevin Samuel's point. He said it. What do you believe?
I believe he's right. Again, like I
told you. Right. Okay, so if you believe he's right, where's your wife?
Did y'all not hear what I said this whole damn time? I literally just said I understand that it didn't work with my son's mother.
No.
So I'm answering the question. I'm still looking.
Where's your wife?
Right. That's the point. I can sit here and tell you I made an error in judgment. I'll be that upfront and goddamn honest. But you know what I'm not doing? I'll be damned before I go out here and have another child with somebody else that I ain't married to. You crazy?
Where's your wife?
Boy, he double dancing and tap dancing.
How many times I gotta repeat myself? I'm still damn looking. How many times I gotta repeat the same statement?
But he said earlier in the other segment that men can make mistakes and they can learn from it. So
Exactly.
now he's judging you on your mistake.
Right, I made a mistake, learn from the shit, and so here's where. But this is where it gets interesting, right? This is where
trolling.
Hold on, no, but he said he's still married to her because he got a child with her.
And I said, no. Quote, if you're gonna quote what I said, if you're gonna quote what I said, no. If you're gonna quote what I said, church, you got to say it word for word. I said you are crafting a de facto marriage, right? To quote what Kevin's saying, whether you like it,
where's your de facto
whether
wife?
you like it or not, what I'm saying is,
where
whether
is
you like it or not,
de facto?
whether you like it or not, whether you like it or not.
Bizarro Superman, what do you mean? What is it? Bizarro Superman? What do you mean? De facto wife? What do you mean?
What I'm saying is you're still attached to whether you want to admit it, whether you want to like it or not, whether you want to agree with this or not. At some point throughout your lifespan, you still have to interact with this person. So the problem is we can't sit up here, neither man or woman, and bitch and complain about single mothers when by this, what is it? What I think it's about age 20. I want to say, is it 29 or 31 on Clubhouse? We figured out most black men also have children that are out of wedlock.
But Austin, that would mean that these
black men don't have children at all,
right? That would mean that these women got multiple husbands because
Essentially,
they got multiple baby fathers.
Yes,
women
it's the exact same on the flip side. That's the point.
Austin, this is a fact. Most women who have baby daddies, their baby daddies already had children, and they dumbass went and got pregnant by the damn dude again.
Baby number 2, 3, 4. Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you. Let go. What I'm saying applies equally to both sides.
You're coming from a religious standpoint where majority people do not.
That's the damn problem.
Relationship and men and women coming together, most people do not believe in your doctrine or Christianity or anything.
And that's the damn problem.
About a de facto partner due to having a child with them, the average person is not thinking like that.
But that's the problem. That's the damn, if you really hear what I'm saying, that's the damn problem. We're not understanding whether you like it or not. First of all, anytime you have a conversation about marriage or any of this stuff, marriage is a de facto. It has a religious origin. There's always been, whether you want to acknowledge it or not.
It's grown though. It's evolved in time. It's grown. And unfortunately, a lot of us don't follow that. And I don't believe that you have to, smother it in religion for it to be morally correct. Because you could be morally correct without a religion being anywhere in it. Because I'm an atheist. I'll be real.
Right. Of course. We've had this.
I still don't believe in volunteering for a struggle. I'm not volunteering to be a baby's mother.
And that's
I'm not volunteering to be having here, to be under the 2 train in Brooklyn with the 2 children next to me and the father know. I'm not volunteering for that life.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
That's my thing. It's like
here that Leah says she's going to the chop shop.
Marriage was created by God, and now other cultures and other people who don't believe in God partake in it. But it was created by God, so let's not get that messed up here. We as people, modern day people, we do it incorrectly, but it's changed because of us. But God made it one thing, and we do something else now.
Yeah, that's true. But my point was kind of like, so what both of you guys are saying, my issue is, okay, all right, let's say you don't believe in God, right? The Most High, cool. But if you have a child, you're able to trust, for example, you're able to trust a man not to quote unquote nut in you to get pregnant, right? And these men are trusting these women to be on the birth control. So you're supposed to take care of yourself by being on the pill, and men are supposed to control themselves by not, letting it go. But then you can't trust each other when you have the child, which is weird. You was trusting each other during sex, but when the child is here, now I don't trust you. I don't want to be with you. How about we just throw all of that out and let's do it for the child? Now, there's no families at all. You already messed up because you didn't have get married first. But now you can kind of try to fix it by, okay, well, oops, I got pregnant. Oops, I got you pregnant. Ooh, what are we going to do here? We should go make sure that we create a family. We get married. We raise our child together. That has nothing to do with anything except immaturity. Everybody want to be immature, not take care of their kids. Don't want the kid because I didn't want the kid. I want her to get delete the baby, but she don't want to delete the baby. Matter of fact, I want to delete the baby. Why are we even think about that? There's a human being processed literally in the baby in the womb, but we can't take charge and be responsible adults. Yes, it has a lot to do with God. Yes, it does, but it also has a lot to do with maturity. You're creating things that you don't even want, but when the child get here, you act like you don't know how to take care of it. Kids need two parents. Kids need two
And
parents.
the
Why?
outcome
Why
of
is that?
I
Because
blame women.
hold
I
on.
blame the woman for the outcome of that. I'm sorry. I
I
blame
blame that too.
Because at the end of the day, like I even told my husband this. I'm like, listen, you gotta be bungee jumping into your emotions at the thought of me having your baby. Like even us, of course, if I get pregnant right now, there's no debate what we doing. We know what we're doing. But even during the courting stage, while we were like, there is no trapping. There is no, oh, I want it, he don't want. No, we both better want it or it's out of here. I'm sorry. I'm not bringing a child into a situation where one parent wanted you, the other one didn't. Now the other one is Casper the Friendly Ghost, and now I'm volunteering.
Do y'all know having all these ABOs, y'all end up having warped wombs?
No,
Y'all wombs, y'all bent out of shape. Like you can't just keep having ABOs like it's birth control.
That's where the responsibility comes in. That I understand what you're saying, cool, but once you have that, I don't want to make this conversation about deleting the child, but that is very important to this topic. You cannot sit here and do, and when you get the do, right? You don't want to keep the shit. I'm confused about that. You gotta be able to still be responsible because you are creating a human being. None of us would be here if we all deleting it. We should be able to still take care of it, right? And if you can't take care of it, do the proper thing, which is to give it up for adoption, not let the system take the child. And now the child is grown up into foster care. And now you become a foster care child. And now you're trying to figure out your life and be an adult. That don't work like that. Be responsible and at least give it to somebody that wants the child, who is going to give the child a better life. It's
Leah,
the right
if
thing
you
to
weren't
do.
married, I'd be all on your ass because what you saying is some bullshit. But you
Hold
married.
on, wait, y'all. Hold on, wait.
I ain't got no smoke for you because you married.
Hold on, wait.
What?
First of all, I would like to say, Bruiser, straight up, when you asked him that question, he tried to moonwalk that shit and wind up looking like he lame from Seinfeld.
I didn't moonwalk shit. I answered the man.
But no,
Hey, hold on. I didn't moonwalk a
I'm gonna
damn
go
thing,
after
sir.
you,
Hold
Look,
on.
he ain't turned his
Wait a
screen
minute,
back on
No,
since.
no.
His screen been off through the whole time.
No, the thing is, if you notice, my pitch ain't changed.
He reading the Bible right now.
Huh?
Not fighting his wife now.
You reading the Bible, ain't you? He was like, hold on, let me catch up on my scriptures. Hold on. Let me go on the internet.
You might want to go do that.
That was just a joke, bro. You ain't got to defend it. I was just joking. But to add to the point, majority of people don't even like. I don't think most babies are being made and none of the people want the babies. I think majority of the time, most people want the kids that they have when they make the baby.
No, the hell.
Hold on, wait. No. Here, let me explain. Let me go.
Hell of a mistake.
Let me get through it. Let me get through it. I think majority, yes, they are ooze babies, but once they know that they having a baby, I think most couples are okay with having a baby. The problem
most
comes
of
in.
them ain't couples.
Most of them are couples, bro.
Right, it's not
Most of them are couples.
No,
they not. What are you talking about?
Most of them are couples, man.
They have coupled, but they're not couples.
I think
I'm
y'all.
sorry, babe. No,
These dudes don't want these chicks. They
it's
just
a lot of
run around.
situationships. It's a lot
Then
of
they cheat on now.
So, for example, Sweeney, if a man has sex with 100 ladies, you telling me every time he laid down for that whole year, okay? Because that's what's happening. They laying it down and women are open up their legs. You telling me that they want to have a child with that woman?
I'm not talking.
Niggas be like,
I'm not.
Wait, the baby.
I'm not talking about the man that can sleep with 1,000 women. I'm talking about the men where by the age of 30, their body count maybe is only 5. Those are the men I'm talking about. That's majority of men. Majority of men only have had 5 partners in their lifestyle. In their lifetime.
Those are the
majority.
That I was telling you can't get no ass. Remember?
No, the hell are you pulling this
the Manosphere complaining about women.
Look it up. It's not that hard to find. Majority 5.
5.
Yeah.
5. Let me ask you something, Austin.
Okay, hold on, wait, Bruce. Hold on, wait, Bruce. I don't need the men on the panel to beat their chest because they have more than 5. I'm just speaking of reality. I don't think a lot of these men, the men who are talking about being fathers or the problems that they have when it comes to the mother of their children, they want to be fathers. In fact, I think majority of these relationships end after the baby is there. The two couples, the baby come, all of a sudden they don't know how to get along with each other. That's majority of the time.
Couples.
I disagree with that.
Do you realize most breakups happen within the first 2 years of the baby being born? What are you talking about? Women just want babies, bro. And then they break up with the dude. So let me kind of agree with you. The dude be wanting to be with the child, having the but the woman just want a baby, but they're not couples. That's the thing I'm disagreeing with you.
You say the man wanted Mr. Lego? The
dudes be like, yeah, I want the baby, but the woman don't want the man to be in the child's life. They just want the child support.
I don't think it's that. I think what happens,
but they ain't couples though.
Hold on, wait. I think what happens is that majority of people don't know how to have relationships with one another. That's the problem. They don't understand change. They don't understand dealing with one another. My bad, Jay. Are you?
No, I was just saying. I guess we forgot about the topic. What is mentally strong?
Man.
Oh yeah, what the hell was the topic? I don't even know what the hell they were talking about. We just went to talking.
What is mentally strong, and then we went every other way around, but that shit.
Let me ask one last question to Austin, and I'll dive. I just want clarification, so I don't have the wrong. Okay,
wrong impression. I got you. Come on.
No, you got a good impression, but what I wanted to ask you is, you said Kevin Hart said Kevin Samuel said that a baby, when you have a baby with a woman, that's a de facto marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier you stated that
which is some dumb shit.
And earlier you stated you as a Christian, right? Like you're a religious person.
Yes.
So is it safe to say that the sex, when you have sex with a woman, according to your belief in the Bible, does that mean that that's a marriage?
In the Old Testament, yeah, it actually is written there.
In the New Testament say, hey, you can smash all you want without being married.
No, it didn't say that either. Jesus amplified why that was a problem. Because see, what the Bible says in the Old Testament is that if a man lays down with a wife, he shall take unto her as his wife.
Okay, so with that said, when was the last time you had sex?
Oh shit, I don't damn remember.
Okay then, so you don't even remember who your wife?
You don't remember the last time you had sex?
That's because it's been a minute. But the point is that that's not.
You in the Manosphere, right?
Okay, do you remember the last woman that you had sex with?
Mr. Let go.
What did he say?
Let it go, sir.
Basically,
Let it go.
what you saying? Damn, Mr. Let Go. That shit just going in. Now you wrong for that, Mr. Let Go. You wrong for that, Mr. Let Go. I wouldn't even. They call me Bruiser, and I wouldn't have done you like that.
What did he say?
You know what? I'm done. Go ahead.
Next
question. Nothing.
All right, so we're gonna answer this question.
Yeah, let's answer the question, please.
All right.
Okay, so let me answer the question and then.
Oh my God,
he just messed up.
I feel like I gotta be mentally strong for this conversation.
So,
well, whatever he said was probably some
Austin
bullshit.
about to cut his camera off again.
So what I look at is mentally strong, and they're referring to the partner or the woman or the wife they want to have in a committed relationship. What I look at is someone who's mentally strong, someone who's able to endure the journey it's going to take to be married, someone who's going to be able to put up with the ups and downs of being married. I'm not so concerned with you walking my dog or whatever the hell they were talking about in the video, but someone who's willing to be able to de-escalate, in situations where we may not agree. And the argument could get to a point where it get really heated and we start to put our emotions into it, and to a point to where we start to hate each other during a marriage and we can never resolve anything. That's what I look at as mental strength.
Okay. Does anybody need to see the clip again, or y'all?
Yeah, can we see the clip again? Because I have no idea what they were talking about.
But you would rather have a chick with her shit together and not as aesthetically pleasing as the rest.
It's hard to say, man, but I know what I need.
No.
What you need?
I need someone that's mentally strong. You know what I'm saying? That got her shit together, that's gonna help me elevate.
What's mentally strong in a woman?
Somebody who can observe issues, neglect, trauma, understand your issues and neglect and trauma, understand how to work and evolve around them. When niggas say they want peace, I don't think they mean peace and relativity to like cook for me, clean for me, like he said. But that goes also the background too. 9 times out of 10, a nigga who's financially stable, you can accommodate yourself financially with those things you want to find in a woman. A nigga who has a 9 to 5, he can't financially accommodate himself into that. Right. So those things are gonna be pleasurable to him. Damn, she massaged me. Damn, she cooked for me today. Damn, I ain't had no time to wash none of these clothes. My dickie's sour as hell. I come home, my uniform washed. But for a nigga like us, man, shit, I see Lola twice a week. My shit clean faithfully. I don't even walk. I barely walk my own dog. I got 7 to 8 bitches in the building. Can I walk your dog? Sure, walk them. I don't feel like walking them. So mentally strong is somebody who can understand your vulnerabilities and allow you to be vulnerable and help you become stronger.
You'll either have a woman either taking or adding, especially guys with money. We attract this certain type of women, and these women mostly subtract. They want time, they want money, they want all type of shit.
They want everything.
Everything.
They want all.
And it's like,
all.
you're not bringing nothing to my table, and it's like you're subtracting from my life. You're taking energy away from my fucking my purpose. You taking away from purpose. It's like you're not even adding to that shit. So it's like we choose women solely off looks, and it's damaging.
That shit's so damaging. Like,
Damaging, bro.
I swear to God.
All right, there you go, Lego.
All right, I go. So, yeah, one of the problems when you got money, women look at you as an opportunity and not even a damn person. And sometimes it can literally just like be hurtful when you just like, damn, she don't even give a damn. I'm just an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? But when I see mentally strong for me, it ain't about cooking and cleaning like they said, because you can get that taken care of. Like, for example, I need a woman that's mentally strong enough to just be in an environment with me where like I'm on tour and it's like women everywhere. You know, they not at me, but they just out, you know what I mean? And sometimes these chicks, they just want to get smashed by somebody that's on stage. They don't give a damn who it is. You know what I'm saying? So and if you next to me or you with me, it's a lot to deal with. You know, it's a whole lot to deal with. So because once a woman sees you next to me, they're gonna be pointing at you like, so who's that? They're gonna straight up look at you like, so
that's a horrible request for a woman to be able to endure.
But
you want a woman. So you want a woman to endure the fact that you're going to be on tour around a whole bunch of tail and ass. You didn't give her a ring, but you want her to be able to sit here and try to take the stress of whether or not you're going to exercise your option.
Hold on, Bruiser. First, you have to be able to know if the woman can be able to endure that before you put a ring on her finger. You got to see I always say, and I said it tonight, you don't know a woman really until something stupid happens, or until they're up under a certain amount of pressure, or until they regress, right? So I'm not going to say put them in situations on purpose, but if you in my life, to some degree, you're going to be put in a situation where you just like, this bitch did what? This bitch said, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm just around a lot of women. So for that woman to be able to be strong, for a woman to be strong-minded enough, that's what I would need a woman to do. So that's what strong-minded means to me, to be confident in yourself. Like, forget these bitches. They just some little groupies and we going home tonight with each other and we good. And
when's the last time you smashed someone?
Say again?
When's the last time you smashed a joint?
I'm not gonna say.
All right.
Exactly.
That's why I don't remember. That's why I don't remember, because you don't want to say.
Thank you, Bruiser.
He wants a woman to be able to do the
Shut up,
you can't expect a woman to be able to do that. For you to be around a whole bunch of ass and titties, and as a single man in 2023, not be inclined or compelled to want to be able to get you some easy tail.
What I'm saying is, if the woman is next to me, she'll be the tail that I be getting. So she has to be confident in the fact that she's the tail that I'm getting that night and not one of these other chicks. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it's a lot.
For that night, though, right?
That's what strong.
So she has to be confident in it, but you can't remember the last Joan that you hit?
But
She got to be confident in your ability to be faithful. Ain't that by the bitch?
So I'm just not going to say. That's all. You don't remember.
That's right. I don't remember. You're right.
I'm just not going to say.
That's right. Yeah, I don't remember.
You know what? You know what the worst part about this is? The fact that Mr. Let Go don't remember the last person he smashed. And
I didn't say I don't remember.
And you fucking up my
Austin
reel.
Don't remember.
You messing up my reel. The fact that Mr. Let Go don't remember the last person he smashed, and Austin off script don't remember, there's a high probability that y'all have smashed the same girl.
No, the hell it ain't. You pulled it. You can't get what I get. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
That's your big take. Okay. I don't think that's an ideal situation for a woman, Mr. Let Go. That sounds like that woman is going to be alone for a long time. So
Why?
well, it's you said that you'll be on the road and
No.
away.
I said her being with me.
Oh,
with
being
me.
with you. Oh, okay.
I literally said that, being right next to me and having women looking at me like, so who's that?
And you
I literally
referring
said
But
that.
I don't think strong-minded need to income. I mean, that is cool, but strong-minded should not always go directly to trauma and enduring trauma. Like it don't have to be.
I just said for me.
Like,
I just said for me
That's why I
because
said it's
that's my
subjective.
actual present.
No. That wasn't subjective.
Ask the reason why you single.
When I hear strong-minded, I'm thinking a woman that could help build with a man. I'm thinking a woman that could create a safe space for a man. I'm thinking of a woman that's solid mentally, that even if she goes out to work and he goes out to work, her head is not on a swivel for another man. I'm thinking of, a woman that just, she curate a particular experience for her husband or her man or whatever, that he feels like she's, like she's pouring into him. That's what I'm thinking when I hear strong-minded. I don't automatically take it to how much she could endure, how much trauma she could endure and still be, she could ride or die, have 10 candlelights because she done died for this nigga like 10 times and she's still strong-minded. Like, I don't go there.
And one of the examples.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get Nicole. Hold on, y'all. Let me get Nicole in there because I know she was trying to speak up. Go ahead, Nicole. No? Okay.
I checked out the video when he was referring to women as female dogs. I checked out. I'm sorry. We are conditioned. I'm with Leah. A lot of Black women are conditioned to be mentally strong means how much mistreatment you can take. And I'm in agreement with treating a man right. Obviously, I know how to do that, and I pass that on to women. But let's be real. A lot of men equate mentally strong with how much can you take off me? How much can I push the envelope? And I'm just saying, like I'm with Leah, it doesn't have to be that way. I can be a great companion to you. I can pass your stress test, like Mr. Let Go was saying. I can pass your stress test without you putting me through drama. And if you're not a man that does that, then you're saying that's absolutely correct. Men who
exactly
through drama are going to say, "Oh my God, that's not right." Oh, because you're the one.
Because that's not trauma unless you see it as trauma, right?
What do you mean?
No. One of the examples that they said in the video was, "Oh, I don't want a woman to want to spend time with me and this and that." And it's like, well, who are you trying to date? All women want quality time with their man.
No, I want a woman to spend
Chanel,
time with me.
hold on, wait, Chanel,
so
hold on, real quick,
impossible to
Chanel.
think.
Hold on, real quick, Chanel. Here's the problem with what Miss Nicole just did. She based her entire argument off a video one she checked out of and didn't listen to, and then she based her entire point off of something Mr. Let Go said. None of that what you said about enduring trauma had nothing to do with that video.
I can't respond to him.
I thought you were speaking to the topic in general, and then you
I literally just piggybacked off of Leah, and I said a mentally strong woman can be a good companion and pass your stress test. Your stress. Without
Mr. Let Go that his methods of trust.
You don't like hating, okay, I got you.
Get on his ass. That was terrible.
He mad because you like Mr. Let Go. He like, why everybody keep talking about Mr. Let Go?
Because you the one who made her switch up her whole entire point. She couldn't even base her entire argument off of the actual video because she was already derailed by your bullshit.
Stop hating, bro.
Sweeney, you are hilarious. I like this guy. I like this man. I like him.
Sweeney, okay.
I like this man.
Me and Mr. Let Go do this all the time. So
I was up in DC with Sweeney and JR. So Sweeney is just throwing little cheap shots. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. Funny.
So I'm gonna answer the question. So what I think mentally strong is, if we're talking about
I mean Dallas, not DC.
Companionship, marriage, is just being able to not give up. So if you get with a man that you trust, because we have to put the responsibility on who you're choosing. Okay, you chose this man to be your husband, or you get to your boyfriend first and then he's your husband eventually. So if you're trusting him to do that, then you need to trust the whole process and don't give up, which means don't break up, divorce, and all of those things. So mentally strong, able to go through with the wind, right? Just like the vows say, for better or for worse. Keep that in your mind when you're going through things. That is mentally strong. Because I know a lot of us cannot do that because we nitpick on every little thing and it has to be this way. And I'm talking about us ladies. It has to be this way. It has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, I don't want it. Matter of fact, when I leave and go to the store, I like that eye candy over there. Or if I'm going to work, I have a work husband. That's not mentally strong. That's weak as fuck. So be mentally strong and not break up and get a divorce. Stay and work it out as much as you can.
But when does mentally strong become?
So at what point the question then would become?
Like when do you fall out? Like when does mentally strong become you just riding and dying?
Exactly.
No, not dying. So I'm one of those. I don't do that. If it's life threatening, we not riding nothing. So life threatening is life threatening, right? So we have abuse. You know what I'm saying? So if it's something where it's a physical altercation, but then at the same time, if you married this person and this person wasn't like that, right? 10 years later, this person now becomes abusive, but he was never like, I'm gonna use the man. He was never like that. Why is it that we as women can't say something is wrong with my husband, right? He wasn't this person. What happened to him? So we have to go and think about mental health. Is he depressed? Why would he sit here and put his hands on me, right? And things in that nature. Is something wrong with the person? But a lot of us, we don't like to dig deep and to understand what's actually going on in somebody's brain to do something so crazy. But we don't give it the benefit of the doubt and be like, let me go get this person some help first before I throw in the towel, right? So you get the person some help, see if that works out, and see if something happened, and then we'll figure out, oh, okay, well, this person did this because he's depressed over these things that he never overcame.
So let me throw you a direct question.
I'm not saying you staying with somebody that's keep hitting you. No, of course, you don't stay with somebody like that. I'm saying that you have to give these people, if you marry that person, I'm not talking about a random ass person. You married them. So you need to go and take what for better or for worse and go get that person some help. Remove yourself from the situation. See if that changes, resolves. Because if he was never like that, that means something is happening. And this is mentally strong what I'm talking about.
So does this same rhetoric apply? So I give you the abuse part. I give you that. If you're 10 years, whatever, give you that. If you discover, however, that this brother has had a 8 or 7 year side piece, are you extending that same grace to him?
So if you're with a man, you're saying that messing around.
If you as a woman are married to a man, you discover all accounts he does everything he's supposed to do, pays bills, he's a stand-up guy, We're not talking about abuse in the physical sense. If you discover that if your marriage has hit the 10-year mark and that for 8 of the 10 years he's had an affair that's been going on that long, are you going to then investigate why he's doing this? Or are you going to pack your bag and get the hell on out of Dodge?
So it depends on the person and what their religious beliefs are, right? So if a person understands, I'm just being real here, we all believe in different things. We do know the term out there, polygamy is out, right? However you want to say it, it's out there. If you out in this world and you understand that these things can happen and you and your husband have to have these uncomfortable conversations, understanding these possibilities or whatever the case is, I believe it depends on the person. I cannot sit here and say what a female can do with that decision. It's based on her. I can't sit here and say, okay, well, he has a break baby or whatever the case is, and you're staying. That's up to that lady.
Yeah, everybody's
up to that lady. I can't say that.
Everybody's end all be all is not the same. Everybody's, hard line in the sand is not the same. Some women, especially depending on how your marriage was curated, cheating is not the end all be all. And some women, that's a hard line. You do it one time,
exactly. It's like
that's it. So it's very, it varies.
It's always funny when I'm not telling women to stay in abusive relationships. I'm telling her to get out and protect herself. That's what I'm doing.
But you can't tell because then that would be that's not right.
I'm not telling women to stay in physical abuse. I'm sorry, you can. But I'm not.
Physical abuse.
It's always funny when this question comes up about women, should they stay or go? But men rarely ever stay if they're cheated on.
Why?
Men, for the most part, never ever stay. So are they mentally strong for?
No, not when you cheat on.
Men
Yeah,
are not
yeah.
So
when
the
you-
question, we
if
have
you
to
wait a
think
minute,
of
we're
it.
talking about. Hold on,
We have to
we're
think of it
talking
that
about.
way too.
Understand this.
Come
Woman.
on.
Understand this. If you're
Mansplain for
talking
us.
about, a woman, and I love this example. I love when people talk about this. There's something. There's a different. There's a double standard, right? Sexual wise, a man can screw a woman and look at her just like a piece of meat. Let's just be honest and grown adults for a second. Under typical conditions, if a woman is sleeping with another man, by the time she has already opened her legs to this brother, she's already established some emotional connection. In general, obviously you got some women that just straight up hoes, but in general, if a woman is stepping out on a man, she has not only by the time she reaches a physical intimacy, she has an emotional connection to this man as well that she's cheating on her husband with. So hell no, we ain't staying. We finna slide out, and you will pay us alimony, and I'm coming for everything you got. You cheat on me.
Let me put the cherry on. Just so y'all know, we have more standards than y'all.
Can I just say this part, Mr. Lego? While I
Okay.
agree with you, Austin, a woman who is cheated on by her husband still has an emotional response as well. So we can't just say, oh, okay, well, he cheated, but she meant nothing. But to her, that was everything. So I still don't
But
think
there's a problem there, Chanel.
But the problem is that
Hold on, let me say this. The problem is you got to look at survival, right? Most of the time, women are custodial parents and not men. So, for example, say the man cheats and the woman cheats, and it's just all crazy, right?
Right.
The woman, most likely, for the family's sake, for everything's sake, she needs to stay because the possibility of her getting remarried is like super low. Especially depends on, we always talk about y'all asses be fat. So that's one thing. And then two, the fact that you're whatever age at that point, it just makes more sense for you to actually stay married. And then at the same time, if you do get a divorce, you're going to be the custodial parent. So now you're going to have to raise kids mainly by yourself. And then, he's going to help, but you're going to be in a household with kids by yourself. So now you're not going to be able to bring a man in. You're not going to be able to go out on dates. Your life is going to be that much harder. But if a man leaves, and I'm not saying anything is right or wrong, I'm just looking at the options and the lifestyle. If a man leaves, he ain't gonna have to deal with no damn kids. He can have chicks over his house left and right. And most likely, financially, he's gonna be okay. He ain't gonna need your money. And then since we ask women to marry us, he can turn around and marry the chick that he was the damn screwing. So he can turn around and say, yo, I'm gonna marry you. And he can get right back married. A woman can't get married until a man chooses her.
This
choose
is why
women.
I tell women, give them kids to the husband. Give them to the cheating husband. Go.
Same here.
I tell women.
I say the same thing.
That's not the point.
That man will be the custodial
The
parent.
difference is there. That's all I'm saying.
He will be the custodial parent if that happens.
This is the mentally strong they're talking about.
Exactly.
No, he's not. Y'all gonna be like, I'm nothing without my children. Y'all gonna do all that dumb shit.
No, because women are mentally strong.
Yeah,
but
I'm not signing up for that. If you cheat, that means you putting me back outside. But that's cheating because it's not my end all. But if you did something to the point where we can't come back, I'm giving you the kids. Because what I'm not gonna do, I already know. By then, I'm 40 something. I'm already aged out. Now I have children, and now I gotta go back in the dating market. You better take these kids and let me get something in my favor, and I could start over again. I'm all for
No,
take
you
them
need to
kids,
stay
bro.
and sit down somewhere. No,
First of all,
you ain't
this
getting
needs
nothing.
to be said. It's
Gonna be a
Mr. Leco,
prenup.
you wouldn't take custodial
You ain't getting
management
squat.
of the
Of your
children?
You're a
You
lady.
wouldn't take
Again?
custodial management
Hold
over
on.
the children if she gives them to you?
Great call, Leah. Great point,
Yeah,
Leah.
of course. Yes, 1000%. Because they're better off with me anyway.
Here's
So
the reality.
like dating is over
So
for
he
you
says.
too.
Here's the reality. Here's the reality. Men and women.
My kids are amazing. My kids are grown. I have proof that I'm a good. I ain't even gonna say good.
But a lot of men use the mentally strong trope to kind of like corner women into taking bullshit.
Exactly.
To corner
That's
you
exactly
into
what it is.
riding
Well, that
and
was in the
dying.
video.
You
I
done
just
had 6,
went
7, 8
along with the
candlelights
video.
because
I
you done
agree with
died
you.
so many times for this man. And
I
they
agree
use
with
it,
you.
oh, she weak, she mentally weak to just, you know, kind of like put her in a corner to just keep taking all the mental abuse. Like, child.
Because let's be honest, if we
Hold on,
look
wait,
at black, if we look at black culture,
hold on, wait, y'all. First of all, here's the reality: men and women nearly cheat at the same rates. That's first and foremost. Men and women have the same likelihood of forgiving cheating. So women don't forgive for cheating no more than men forgive for cheating.
Based on
they
what?
both have nearly. Just look it up.
What's that?
Wait, what?
Look it up. Who is more likely to? Which sex is most likely to?
I don't believe that.
I just looked it up.
Ain't no man forgiving no damn woman.
Hold on, wait. Mr. Let Go. You didn't hear what I said.
Simple question.
You didn't hear what I said.
One at a time.
I said men and women have the same likelihood of forgiving for cheating. I didn't say men forgive more. I didn't say that they forgive a lot. I said they have the same likelihood. So
Based
just
on
as
what
often as
equated, so I don't understand what you're saying.
It's
You're
not
just making
hard
up
to find.
shit.
Just look it up. I just looked it up. My bad. I just looked it up.
But
Just look it up.
all
Black
races,
people
like,
I didn't say all.
Who's
I
the
didn't say
black people
all.
on your phone? What are you talking about?
What I'm asking for clarity.
What
are
are you
you
asking
saying that based upon the statistic you're pulling? Are you saying that somehow is that race neutral? Because in the black community, let's be real, brother. If a man cheats, a black woman is far more likely to forgive this nigga multiple times. Whereas if a black woman is the cheater, it is demonstrably proven in the black community that the man is out that motherfucker quick as shit.
Other women out here, I'm gonna just give you another one. Is you crazy?
So that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you, Mr. Sweeney. Hold on. That's what I'm asking you, Sweeney. Is based upon the given data that you're saying. Is the data race neutral?
I can't go off of something that there's no data for. I can only go off of what they polled. I can't
But
say.
that's what- but then when we say that
I
that's
get what you're
bullshit,
saying.
that-
Oh no,
that's-
you can't say it's bullshit because we have no data to back it up.
It is BS.
Oh,
Come on
he's
now.
just making
Black
up
men
shit.
are not
Here's my
saying.
thing. Here's my thing. No, here's my thing. I can't go off of something that we don't have no data for. So you saying why don't you disaggregate for race? What I can't do that because there's no data for that. All I can
In
go
other
off
words,
of,
the
all
data
I
you
can
pulled
go
up
off
is
of,
just dumb.
No, all I can go off of is what has already been provided and proof of.
But there
All I
actually
know
is data that
all
can
I
be
know
used.
is what data says
Look
black
at the
men are more likely to
okay.
forgive
So
a
if
cheating
you
than
so
black
to
women.
determine that,
It's
What data
antiquated,
back
Sweeney,
No,
so it don't
to
make no
determine
difference what it say. You can't use it.
To determine.
Hey, so the point is that you're asking me a question that I can't give you an answer to.
Well,
All I
stop
can-
talking
all I
about
can
data
answer-
and
All I
statistics
can
then.
answer is what when they polled men and women.
Mm-hmm.
I can't go off of nothing else. They just asked men and women. Men were just as likely not to forgive for cheating as women.
So it's not a real statistic, is all I'm saying, Sweeney.
the hell are you
So
talking
stop
about?
talking
So
about it.
okay, let me say this. This is the wall we run into, and somebody actually said this earlier when we took a deep dive down a rabbit hole when we was talking about Manosphere and red pill, and what Kevin Samuels had to say. And they pretty much said, I don't know which one of y'all it was, but one of y'all said that Kevin Samuels was speaking to a specific audience. There was an audience A, B, C, and D, and it only applied to A. And this conversation in this video about mentally strong, you have a group of gentlemen that qualify to be in that audience that Kevin Samuels is speaking on. So therefore, whenever it comes to the man exercising his options, it wouldn't apply to the regular 9-to-5 guy that's meeting a woman half and half, or don't have that level of provisions to be able to compensate for being able to exercise its options. So now we're trying to conflate the whole thing. But if you talk to a regular person, the average person, the hard-working man out here, not those guys that's on the upper echelon of men, then you wouldn't want. I don't want a woman who's mentally strong that say, "Oh, if I go and exercise my options and cheat, I'm expecting her to deal with it." No. But I do understand the position on why it's different, hypothetical, and to Let Go's point. If a woman does give up her
marriage
cookies to another man, that's a form of submission. You submit it to another man. A man, when he goes and have sex with one, he's not submitting. He's just simply dominating another.
Dominating.
When you submit to another man, it's really hard emotionally for a woman to continuously submit to from one man to another man to another man. Her
And I know
emotional,
some of y'all
her
hoes,
emotions.
but y'all gotta just stop being hoes
It'll
for your
literally break
children.
her. A man can do that because he's consistently being in a dominant position. So he doesn't break, but that doesn't mean it's right. If you give a woman if you vow to a woman and you make her your wife, you give her your last name, and you giving her the understanding, hey, look, I'm gonna be loyal and faithful to you, and then go and cheat, then you're just an asshole. And she should rightfully want to be out of that, because you made her believe that, hey, look, I'm not gonna do these things. But if now, on the other hand, if you come to her and say, hey, look, things ain't going right, I want to exercise my, if you can be honest and upfront to the woman, at least give her some type of respect as a wife that, hey, look, these are the things I'm going to go and do, then yeah, you in the clear to do that. But don't just go and do the shit. And then when you get caught and expect her to be mentally strong, it don't work that way.
It just seems as though, well, I'm not completely sure with the video, but it just seems as though sometimes men will push, not all men, but men will push and push to see how far they can go. And I think a lot of women need to recognize that early so they can get out of that situation, because it's not ideal to be pushed and pushed and pushed to your breaking point. Then now you're not called mentally strong anymore, because now you're reacting to some craziness that this guy has put you through. So I do believe that some men need to realize that mentally strong in a woman is not pushing her, but her being there for you and supporting you in the hard times whenever life gets in the way, or just supporting your dream. That's what mentally strong is, not pushing her to her limit.
But just keep this in mind, with the divorce rate being at 75% because of the goofy ass women divorcing men because they ain't got no damn sense.
Why are they divorcing?
You gotta, because they ain't got no sense. So you gotta look at that as being mentally. You gotta look at that as being mentally strong. So I agree with y'all. I don't believe in the strong, the thick ankled women who's enduring all this shit. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, as far as just being able to stay in the marriage and work things out. So that takes mental strength on the man and the woman, because people, I think Austin said earlier, we're human. We naturally go towards the path of least resistance. So it's easy to give up. It's easy to leave. It's easy to get a divorce. It's easy to have a baby without getting married. So we spend so much time as adults taking the easy way out. Well, being strong is going the path of more resistance, which is, let's deal with this and work this out. I'm not saying deal with a man who keeps cheating on you. I'm just saying, if this is happening, or if that is happening, don't just jump up and say, this is too hard, because life in itself is going to be hard and it's going to be easy depending on what day and what hour it is. That's all I'm saying.
And Miss Nicole, Miss Nicole, hold on real quick, Chanel.
Okay.
Miss Nicole, you don't think men endure in relationships? You don't think we endure trauma placed on us by our women?
Sure.
So why is it that men can extend this level of grace and endurance, but our women can't? And I'm not even talking about the whole cheating and all of that, because we see that a lot of people break up for a number of reasons, and a lot of times it ain't got nothing to do with cheating. So we have a lot of people breaking up. None of them are enduring. None of them are staying the course. And all of them, and we here talking about them right now on this panel because they can't get shit right. I'm married. The 4 ladies on here married. I think Bruiser's married. We all trying this thing. We're talking about a group of people that can't get it right. And part of that is because they don't know how to endure. And it ain't even just enduring. It's not even enduring the worst parts of the Bible. It's enduring regular shit. Oh, I looked on social media and I want a lifestyle that I cannot live. But but because you can't provide that lifestyle for him, I'm going to walk away. Or we have 2 different parenting styles. So I want to break up because you don't agree on how to parent like I agree on how to parent. Oh, I don't like your mother, so I want to break up with you. Oh, I don't like the house that you want to move into. I don't like the neighborhood we're going to. It's always, I'm not happy. People aren't enduring anymore. They're not even enduring shit. And what's crazy is they would endure this shit by themselves, though. They would endure it every day. They hate their job. They hate their life. They hate their car. They hate everything about themselves. They get with somebody who makes all of that a little bit easier. And they can't even, and they're more likely to walk away and check out.
I agree. I totally agree with you. And that's one of the big issues.
You're absolutely correct. And I'm in no way advocating for women to be difficult and women to not extend grace. What I am saying is that we should not be pushing each other to our limits. Women are naturally kind of like, we want what we want. We can be difficult. We can push it. We can go overboard. We can, because we're more in our emotions, we can sense unhappiness and tend to lean unhappy or feel unhappy because we're in our emotions. That we talked about that, about Dr. Jordan Peterson broke that down. So I'm not saying that we should, go around making relationships difficult. However, there are times where men and women, knowing that the other person is extending grace, pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And that is not what I'm advocating. That's not wise. That's not a good wife. And that's not a good husband. And that's not a good person, really, because you're actually testing people and taking advantage of people. So you kind of bring it on bad things to happen in a relationship.
So let me ask you a question. What percentage of these relationships that are falling apart do you think fall in that category where you have people over, or do you think, or would you say that the majority of people who are breaking up is probably for the first reason where they just not willing to endure anything? Which one do you think occurs most often in breakups?
It's the first reason.
People pushing people to the limits and taking advantage of grace that's extended, or this is a nice guy, this is a good woman, and you just keep pushing and keep pushing. I don't think people get in relationships to break up. I think they get in it saying, I'm attracted to this person, I like this person, I'm tired of being alone, and then they just keep pushing and pushing.
Do you think the vetting process is even good enough so for the foundation to be solid enough to rest a relationship on?
For a lot of people,
I don't think a lot of people nowadays, I don't really think a lot of people get into relationships for the right reasons. I don't think a lot of people vet properly, and I don't think a lot of people are equally yoked to the point where, breaking up is not an option. Separation is not an option. I don't care what happened. Separation between me and him, that's just not a thing. We gonna figure this out. Some days I don't like you. Some days I don't like what you did, but I love you enough, and the foundation is solid and thick enough that we ain't going nowhere. But a lot of people, unfortunately, I don't think it's very narrow-minded. She looked good enough. Now she's my girlfriend. He got a little money. Now he's my man. My man, my man. What happened when gravity takes, hold of her and her boobs are down to the floor and the lace front ain't lacing no more? What happened when his bank account goes dry? What happened if he have an accident at work and he can't go to work no more? What happened to those, them trying times? What happens if he, something is going on and he's not emotionally there to express it with you? What are the things that is going to keep that relationship together? A lot of people don't figure it out. It's like, I'll get into a relationship because I like this about you. How about you try, I get into a relationship despite of what I don't like about you. However, what I do like is solid enough to bring us together and glue us together. How about I see when you don't have money, how you react? If the waitress bring you a wrong order, how you react? How about I see you in these different phases before I even attempt a relationship? People just not vetting anymore. I'm sorry.
People are romanticizing relationships and they're projecting what mommy and daddy may not have poured into them and putting that onto the man or the woman that they're in a relationship.
Which actually strengthens my point. Then, if people are romanticizing relationships and they have an idea of what a relationship should be, I think that's the reason why most people break up, is because they find out the relationship ain't that. I don't think it's because I think people are pushing the issue. I think they just found out, like, damn, maybe this ain't for me. But in reality, it is for you. But you had an idea what you thought a relationship. Most people just give up.
I don't like you enough.
Well, and the real reality,
I don't like you enough to rock out with this. I wanted you for this specific thing right here, and you're not fulfilling this specific thing right here, so I'm out. So
that's the reason why most relationships fall apart. Not because it's because most people don't have the heart to endure a normal relationship. Most people don't even understand what a normal relationship is. If the excitement falls away, they want out. Oh, we used to go out every single day. Now that we done had a baby, we can't go out every single day.
You want to be in the house
now
all the
of a
time.
sudden we in the house all the time. Now I don't want to be here no more.
But that's based around the fact that we live in, and I'm not going to get to religion in this, but that's based around the fact that we live in this very instant gratification centered society where if it doesn't fit, if it doesn't satisfy my if it doesn't release my dopamine quickly, like my likes do on Instagram, like the comments do, it's not satisfying me. Therefore, now I have to move away from the situation. Whereas if we as a society began to understand, and Kevin pissed a lot of people off with this, even myself when I first heard this shit. He said marriage ain't about love, it's about duty. That made me mad. I'm like, I grew up in a married household. I seen mother, father married 32 years. But the net of the situation is, it is about when I can't stand this motherfucker. Those are the times that test us the most. When I hate this person's guts because this nigga done left this sock on this floor for the 100,000th time, and this woman done cooked the same meal for the fit. It is the moments that are the most difficult that determine and set the tone for how we really handle marriage. And when you push through those moments, and that's why I still have faith in the concept of marriage.
So Miss Nicole,
that's what it's all about.
So given everything that we done all said, are you ready to change the answer to that question I just asked you?
No, because both things can be right. Both things can be right. You're talking to a married person.
Nicole ain't changing that damn answer, Sweeney. You barking up your own tree.
I already knew she would. I just had faith.
But her answer still technically sound. I would argue her answer still technically sound.
Two things can be right at the same time.
So, but look, if I can insert something, and I would like to get Kelly's connection. What's up, Kelly? Shout out to Kelly Connection. Ain't nobody even say hey to the first lady coming on the panel.
Hey, Kelly, what's going on?
What the hell is it respect that? So what I want to say is, if you look at it from everybody on here black, except Austin. No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. Everybody on here black. So
I passed the melanin test.
I'm messing with you, bro.
I know it. Me and you about the same color. You might want to be careful. Them tattoos ain't helping much.
Say the same thing.
Oh man. So look,
that was
everybody
funny.
on here black. But if you look at from that standpoint, if you actually want to preserve something that we all have as a people, we all brothers and sisters on. If you look at it like that, from that standpoint, we can't afford to move like the other races, where we can just opt out of divorce, where we can just go out here and bust it open, just have all kind of babies and just participate in the foolery. We can't do that because our race is on a decline. We don't have anything. We don't have a community, period. We have to reestablish something so we can be protected. Right now, we got cancel culture after people, that are stars that inspired us. We got brothers and sisters that's getting wrongfully convicted every day for things in the justice system. We have black women being negatively represented in the media because we don't own and control these things, or we don't have anything to stand on, stand for us. As far as in the criminal justice system, we don't have an economy. We don't have any business. We don't have anything rotating in and out of the neighborhoods in our communities that we live in. We don't even have a community where we can walk down the street and mistakenly knock on a door that might be the wrong house and not get shot. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that. So we have to endure all of this bullshit because we don't have anything established. So that's why I say that black men, specifically black men and women, need to reestablish some type of love and stop fighting and quarreling with one another and try to get married so we can reestablish something through our kids. Because our kids right now are in the streets fighting with each other now. And they're not even out of high school. Yeah, I know y'all seen what happened in Chicago. So we really have to look at it from that point of view if we want to make any change.
You're right. But then it also goes back into black people have to have, again, not to get too religious in this, but we were at our strongest in terms of being married and having strong family units. Most parents were in the household in the 1960s when guess what the strongest thing in the black economy was? It was the black church. Now but when the prosperity gospel came in and it was your happiness is now paramount. That was the original quote unquote sin that we've been combating with and dealing with in the black community. The second that you tell men and women both, you can do this on your own. I hate to say this, but that is exactly what the real competition wants. If I don't, think about it. Marriage is essentially the game of consolidation. That's not what your enemy really wants. The enemy wants you separate, because marriage is, let's go get this house or apartment together. But the oppression that we deal with says, no, you're strong enough to raise this child by yourself. And whilst I'm gonna charge you over here in Midtown, I'm gonna charge him rent over here in wherever he's staying. I'm gonna charge you taxes on this house, charge him taxes. Separation is the ultimate game. And if we understood, I don't give a damn if you marry, well, you call yourself modern, traditional, contemporary, whatever the hell, the strongest and most competent way to deal with and defeat the genuine oppression that we battle with is to have a codified family unit. However you accomplish it is how you get there. But you got to get there first. But if I can keep you fighting amongst each other, if I can keep black men and black women fighting about who needs to go to the gym, who needs to eat this, do this, I've won the game. I've won the game.
Thank you.
You're getting ahead of yourself, Austin, man. This is supposed to be for the last topic.
Sweeney, we are not enemies.
No, I said he got ahead of himself. This is supposed to be for the main topic.
No, black men and black women.
He was hitting. I'm just saying he was supposed to say
I do this topic. Every once in a while I get,
you was supposed to save that one, boy, because that
didn't have his
topic
argument.
coming up.
Argument.
I got it. I just ain't pulled it out yet.
Yeah, that's something I've been saying for a minute, Austin, bro. I'm with you 100%.
But I wouldn't, you know what? I would not have understood that without having gone through, the mistakes that I made. But that's where it requires, life is about a combination of experience that's gained and experience that's obtained from listening. Mm-hmm. A lot of us don't want to listen, though. That's a problem. Now, that's something that is universally wrong with us as well. I think everyone on this panel would agree with that. We don't do enough damn listening. Sometimes we do too much damn talking.
So let me ask you this. You say the church, we got away from the church. And I would like to believe that, but something's telling me that when I look through the doors of a church today, can I see a representation of the nuclear family?
No, you cannot.
No.
What you see in the black church today is first of all, I'll never forget this. I went to a church in Augusta a long time ago, and the pastor he said, "Are there any single women in the church?" About half the damn congregation stood up. Are there any single men in the church? Good section of the congregation stood up. He said, "Gentlemen, your wife could be over here." But a lot of the men started looking around because there was something there was a consistency. A lot of those women in the church were single mothers. A lot of men do not want to have to be responsible for the raising of children that are not theirs biologically for this reason. It's not necessarily, because I've had conversations with men about this. It's not that they don't want to raise the kids. They don't feel the authority to properly discipline the children being granted unto them by the mother. Now that is a very hidden conversation.
Well, he's not really a man, Austin. I just want you to just keep that in mind. Because when a woman totally respects a man, his authority goes down to her child also. If she respects him,
we can I can sympathize with there.
Come on,
but you also have to understand as well, though, he's still a man. But you have to understand a lot of this is coming from women. I haven't talked to as many women as men about why this happens, but the women I've had this conversation with have said they don't want to have the new guy disciplining their child because it could create a problem with the baby daddy and then the new husband. So there's a series of problems that exist. Again, why single parent households are not the most.
But you scared away
I
from
just want to speak from experience. I've dated single mothers, and I've stepped in and not necessarily, but parented their children with absolutely no problem. Because when a woman respects you, she teaches the child to respect the same person. So I don't really understand how a woman can actually see you as a man of leadership and trust you, and then turn around and don't allow their child to trust the same person she trusts. So I'm probably from another planet or something.
I see it
on another planet, bro, because that is not the case.
That happens though. I've seen it at least in my space. I've seen where women do not want the man to discipline. They don't mind them being around and being that male figure, right? But they don't want them to go too far and discipline even with their own kids. It's not just the kid that's not theirs. It's their kids too. It's just women in general. We're just more emotional, and we don't want the certain type of discipline that some men have could be a little bit too harsh. And we're like, okay, yeah, we don't want you doing
I'm not talking
that.
about whooping the kid. I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about authority over the whole household. I take over the whole goddamn household. And I just want to say this, and it's just me, maybe just me. I dated a woman and their kids were like 9 and shit like that, right? Their kids grew up and graduated from high school. I think they were 3 years apart. Both kids invited me to their graduation, 3 years apart. Both of the kids invited me to their graduation.
But who cares? Like, when the only reason why you were so well of a father to them, you was getting some ass. If you want to be honest.
But the bottom line is she allowed me to have dominion over the whole household. And if a woman does not
How many
allow
bills
me
did
to
you hear
have
the word?
dominion over the whole household,
Operative word allowed.
what type of man that is. He
allowed.
must be trash.
Operative word is allowed.
Exactly.
She
She had authority over you.
The key to having control is by giving it away. So I don't have a problem with that.
How many bills did she pay of yours? Well,
None.
She had authority over you. You
None.
paid her bills. And you got some ass.
And raised her babies.
And raised her kids. And look at you now. You don't even have her.
I don't have no problem with that.
She can't fix you a sandwich a day.
I don't have no problem with that. I ain't one of them all. I'm proud of
Bruiser, you hell for that shit. That was
but see, here the thing is,
I got enough of the ass. Now I don't move on.
So let me go to
Oh my
Austin.
God,
Back to
not he
Austin.
made her just a
Austin,
sexual
kinda,
object. Oh,
you kind of skipped over this over the divas that's in the pool pit, and you said, the pastor said, "Oh, them women could be your wife." But the thing that pastor didn't understand, that a lot of them women's that's in them pew pits,
a lot of them women folk.
or the Angela Whites of society. They're humble women. They're humble women. And men recognize that and they're like, okay, what are women doing whenever they finish busting it open? They go to church and they pray. Hit it one more time for me, JR.
That was me. That was mine.
Go ahead.
The net of it is.
Just let it go, man. You can't be letting Bruiser cook you like this.
But hey, I like Bruiser, but it's solid. I like that. That was all right. That was all right.
Can we let Kelly talk? It's been like,
look like
that was a whole roast session.
Let's turn it to Miss Kelly then. Miss Kelly, from your perspective, what would you say is, because pointing it back to Bruiser's question because he asked me, is the black church at this point, can it be restored to its original strength in the black community, or has it lost its way?
Hell no.
From your perspective.
Don't believe that. See, that's the bullshit that we got to deal with. Anything that has a problem can be fixed as long as
I agree it can
as
be.
long
But
as you
I'm
got
asking,
life
I'm
and
asking her
oxygen breathing to your body, you can fix anything. And that's the mindset we got to have as a people, specifically us.
I agree with that.
Got to have that mindset.
I don't disagree with that.
Because look at all the things we've been able to look, man.
As long as the pastor isn't an ex-crackhead, you okay.
When we honestly sit here in front of an audience and say these things can't be fixed or something can't be repaired,
yeah,
we're pretty much spitting on the faces of all of the people back our ancestors and went through a way worse times than us that was able to pull through and fix things.
And we over here arguing over.
We're sitting in the air conditioner. He over here fixing tires and eating ass and all that stuff. And we sit here complaining about we can't fix a problem.
The shit that's going on in our relationships today, and I said this a couple weeks ago, is most of it is fixable.
Yeah.
Most of it is fixable. Most of it is like, and I ain't even talking about the worst kind of shit. Most of the reasons why we've been breaking up and leaving each other, mostly women, leaving men. I'm just got to throw that in there for Ali.
I agree.
Hold on, Mr. Let Go.
Most of the reason why.
I just seen you eat a grape, man. I just noticed you chew with your mouth open. So if you eating ass, that means you breathing on the pussy. And the pussy stank.
Bruiser, that came out of nowhere.
Look, I just want to say this about the black church. The reason why I think the black church is beyond repair, because in my opinion, they work for the government. So they're never going to change. They're incentivized by the government to screw us up as black people. So I will never totally trust the black church, because I think the government incentivizes the church to teach everybody to do stupid shit and be stupid and be single mothers and all the other shit. And then the government incentivized women to be single mothers. So I think the government is too much in black people's pockets and incentivizes them to teach us to do dumb shit.
Stop saying
for
that.
us to actually grow.
You really got to stop saying that the government incentivized black women to be single mamas. When if any objective,
hold on. Let me say this then. The government incentivizes black women to be single mothers. I just want to say it one more time.
It doesn't, because any objective analysis of the Moynihan report will prove that the only reason that the government came in and started giving black women the welfare benefit in 1965 was because black males from 1942 up to 1963 performed a massive exodus of black women when they discovered that they could take their black asses from the rural suburbs of the South or the rural areas of the South to the suburbs of the North and the Midwest. When they left black women in mass, and you began to see a massive uptick in black males dating white females, then the government came in and brought black women the welfare programs in the Great Society with the condition that you can now receive this benefit as long as a man does not come back. So the welfare program only closed the door. You can find this in part 2 and 3
Thank you for proving
of the
my
Moynihan
point. You just
report.
proved my whole damn point.
Let me finish. You can find this report. You can find this in part 2 and 3 of the Moynihan report. The welfare system only closed the door on a group of Negroes that already left black women behind. The government didn't incentivize anything. All it did was repair and put a flex seal on a situation. It put a severely big band-aid on a serious problem, which was black males exiting the lives of black women. So you got to stop.
So with all that being said,
the government in the 40s.
The government incentivizes black women to have fathers' babies.
No, it doesn't.
I don't know what the hell you talking about.
Over your head is nuts.
So how did the black man wind up coming back? Because we did a mass
come back.
And then look,
then we got married at an 80% clip.
Incentivizing women to have fathers' babies to this day. I don't know the hell you talking about, bro.
We got married. We was married at an 80% clip in the 60s, but somehow the 40s and 50s, the 40s and 50s have something to do with what's going on today.
This is what I'm saying. This is how people conflate. They go so far back. Oh, back in the 1930s. Nigga, this shit happened in the 80s. I seen it.
Okay,
I seen it. Chicks was leaving their mama house. Let me tell you. Chicks was leaving their damn mama house, going across the street, getting their own goddamn apartment because they dumbass got a baby. So I don't know what the hell you talking about. It's a real thing. And if you want to live in fairy tale land, go do it. Oh, the morning here important. But nigga, I lived it. It's some bullshit. And it's still going on now. I don't care about no damn nothing report.
Okay, so if it's bullshit,
I'm talking my own life report.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, you are one anecdotal experience versus a large collective data series. So why the hell do we give a damn about what one person saw
in the 1930s?
Prove something different. No. E. Franklin Frazier said the same thing. And those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it. Okay. Well, yeah. Those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it.
All right, we got a transition, y'all. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let's make sure we hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley, uncomplicated skincare for men, 30% off alone and a free gift. The link is in the description. Leah, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. We got the final topic next after these super chats. Let's go ahead and comb through them real quick. Marcus Evans, $5 says, facts, the ugly truth needs to be talked about for our people to move forward. Ali, 1999, says, it's your lucky day, let go. I don't know what that means, let go, but I'm pretty sure it's in good faith. Greatness to work, $5 says, all panels across the YouTube are way better when married women and men are on them. Well balanced and more fruitful and engaging. Shout out to Lapeef, fire emojis. Take K, 999, says, marriage is not for black men / women of today. We don't understand the roots of where it came from. I guarantee, ask any black person, they will say God, the Bible, or white people is where it started. Marcus Evans, $2 says, where Ali when you need him? Sherwin Carroll, 999 says, being in the military is a perfect example of getting married benefits without actually being married. And my father taught, before you sign the papers, you better get on one knee and make it real. Marcus Evans, $5 says, Bruises got Austin on the ropes. Sharon Carroll, 199 says, my mom taught me to shoot. Shout out Mrs. Nicole. Okay. Check out LLC 499. So remember, says, Mr. Let Go, Austin need a link for your coaching class. He needs 12 hours every day. Leah, where was thou? I have been looking for you. Here is your roses, all that good stuff. Facts. I see you. 999 says, to Austin's point, let's be honest. In their own words, men don't value marriage because they have too much to lose. To put all the blame on women as not being marriage material is completely asinine. Rich T $2 says, is that Leah?
Audience understanding I'm making point.
The handstand artist? Leah, is that, you know anything about that?
That's her song.
Yeah, that's one of my songs.
Okay. Marcus Evans $2. Lady Die. Ray Alexander Fowler says, BM, who are fathers by the age 20 to 29, 24.9% age 30 to 39, 62.5% age 40 to 49, 80.7% childless BM, 12% men's fertility and fatherhood U.S. Census. Marcus Evans $2 says, Austin is a blue pill clown. Marcus Evans $5 says, y'all got my homie Lady Di in her bag tonight. TK 499 says, God created marriage. Where did God say this in the book that everyone else but God wrote in 40 years separate the death of Jesus from the first gospel? Check Allo LLC 199 also remember says, Nicole tired of Mr. Let Go. MR $5 says, thanks Leah for getting back on topic. Stay focused, fellas. Check Auto LLC 199 also remember says, Leah 100% Mr. Let Go, 2.5%. ICU 499 says the mindset of men that a woman is considered a good woman based on what she can endure. The problem, grandma days are over, fellas. Move on. Explanation point. Ali 499 says no man want to be with a woman who gave up her kids either, or a woman who didn't value the father of her children when mature as men. Fantasy Island Girl 199 says, are you not entertained? Hit the like button, fire emojis. Chad Poole 199 says our grandparents was mentally strong. Marcus Moore 199. Marcus Evans, Leah, hand clap emojis. Greatest to work $5 also remember says black communities with high two-parent homes are thriving and doing great. Black communities with high babies out of wedlock are being exploited. Marcus Evans $5 says the government divided and conquered the black man and black woman. Queen Sheba darling 499 says so the government put her making you leave women, huh? Emojis. Rosebud Bennett $5 says I'm probably late, but too Sweeney. You don't even need to smell good. AL $10.
Sound like they're flirting with you, Sweeney. What's going on?
The black
First
man.
of all, you read that wrong, J.I. That's just grimy. He said she don't even need to smell good. He talked about when I said why people she don't even need to smell good to have a baby with her.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you're doing good reading tonight, JR.
Yeah, I know. Hooked on phonics. The black man didn't do an exodus. They left for up north because job opportunities to support their families to escape sharecropping. That was the purpose of the Great Migration.
Thank you.
These niggas don't read.
That is $20. You cooking.
Let go.
Let's
You can look at the marriage race and tell that was some bullshit.
They have government incentive to lead people a certain way. Church will get their tax-free status taken away if they don't follow the government rules.
Well, they can get it taken away, but that's the thing. We got.
But see, the problem is it about the church getting the money? But see, that's the thing. The love.
What about following their husband rules? They can't do that, can they?
Rose Bennett $5 says I'm probably late. Oh, it's raised already. I got everything.
No, you got to pull that back up and read it right this time, man. You can't let
which one was it?
The one you just had
that
up.
Man, Sweeney said, hold on now, you gotta run that back, Jerry.
This one?
Run that again.
This one?
No, it was a guy that said
he was probably late.
Not too late, but to Sweeney, she don't even gotta smell good. That's it.
Yeah, read that right, man. Y'all talk about some that man flirting with me. No, he wasn't. You have to read that right, man.
Hold on, let me try to get it right.
What do you want? Two Sweeney?
Sweeney don't gotta smell good, boy.
You want two of you? It looks like you said
that, man. Don't do him like that.
See, man, y'all wrong, man. Go, you can take it off, man. Mr. Lego ain't gonna let, man. It's all good.
Man, I'm just saying,
Mr. Lego been trying to trigger me all day.
Man ain't gonna let you
breathe, like he want two of you, bro. Like
that is not what he said.
Come on, bro. Pause.
Major pause. Pause again.
Yeah, man. Just say pause, Sweeney. It's up there, man.
That ain't what that man said, man. Rosebud,
okay,
man. You like to fix this, man.
He did say she.
He definitely said she. Right there. I know y'all see it. Don't sit, man. Look, hey, Rosebud, you got to separate that, bro. It all blended into one.
Yeah, bro. I mean, Swing, that's a little. I can't find it right now.
You don't put a number next to a dude's name. I think that's you can't do that.
Anyhow, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Again, shout out to the sponsor to each other. Make sure you guys share the stream. Now it's time to get to the meat of the conversation. We know the ladies like the meat.
Ow.
Hold on, these women married. I don't know if they like that. They're gonna excuse me.
With that being
I'm married.
With that being said, let's go get to the meat of the conversation, which is if you could afford it, you would. Men date women they can't afford. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
Men know that they are providers. A man's value is his money and his career, and a woman's value is her looks. That's the fucking truth, and that's the world that we live in. Women get things because they are pretty, and men have power because they have money. And if you want a good-looking woman, you're going to be spending money.
Not every man wants a quote-unquote good-looking woman. Like, some men just want normal women.
Yeah, men
like,
without money.
That's not true. I'm not dating a woman that's above a 7. Like, I'm just being real.
But if you could afford it, you would.
Why she keep saying because if you could afford it? So if a lady is quote unquote good looking, 8, 10, whatever, you have to be able to afford someone that's pretty. I'm confused. Why are you trying to afford that? If
I
you're
guarantee you that woman might not be. That woman may not even be my age. It's talking that stupid.
You don't know the hell she's talking about. She's stupid.
That's just dumb. Everything she said is just dumb.
Well, we could just brush it off and just say she's dumb, but I think this deserves a little bit more attention because there's a huge number of women who actually believe that a man's value
Is in his money. No, yeah,
money.
That's
Him serving the 9 to 5.
So let me give y'all the scale of that will help her and other dumb chicks. We want regular women. Okay,
but thank you.
These little mop head, wig headed ass, stupid looking chicks
with
BBLs and shit. We don't want that. They're for the street. So the scale is a woman between 6, 7, and 8. All right. Anything past 8, she's just going to get ran through by niggas with money or niggas with more money than you. So you can have money, but it's always going to be a dude with more money than you. All right. So it ain't about broke dude and money with dude with money. It's dude with money and dude with more money and then dude with more money and then a dude with more money. So all we men want is a regular girl, you know, and the typical wife is a regular girl. We don't need a bad bitch.
That's bullshit.
Hold on.
I think regular dudes.
You need to
average girl.
Hold on. We don't want no bad bitch that's wearing all this stupid shit because the reason why these women wearing all this.
So you're not in no 9s and 10s DMs.
Can y'all?
Right.
No, actually, no. My whole point is to smash, yes, but to marry, no.
Which means you in the
man. Listen, you just said you dated a single mom and you fought and parented her kids. I would advocate that most men would rather have a woman with a wig than a woman with a kid. And to the
I'll take the wig and BBL with no children for $200, Alex.
Thank you.
Conversation.
The second
y'all
point
have
is,
a point.
Hold on.
Hold your breath. Kid in the little wig-headed chick though. You want to actually put a kid in a chick with a BBL?
Hold on, man.
Answer the question. You want to put a baby in one of these weird-looking broads?
Most women.
Can I say something?
Most women.
No. I want you to answer the question.
What's the question, brother?
You'll actually put a baby in one of these weird BBL wig-headed looking broads?
When you associate weird to it,
can you let Austin answer the question? Go ahead.
Let Austin.
Go ahead, Austin. You actually put a baby in one of these goofball BBL having ass shit.
What you're doing is this very unique ad hominem where somehow you're affixing weird to the fact that a woman wears a wig, which is stupid as shit. That is
BBL. I said BBL 4 times.
No. You said wig head weirdo, and then you said BBL. So you don't act like you didn't say both of those.
You put a baby in a chick who don't have a BBL.
You doing all that yelling does nothing to
answer the question.
That point. I'm trying to establish a baseline of thought here before I answer your question, if you don't mind. if the woman comes to me and she fits my psychological and physical standards, if she happens to have a BBL, I really don't give a fuck. If she happens to wear weave, I don't give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, if you're gonna do it, listen, I will advocate for naturalism at the end of the day. But if you're gonna put on that makeup, baby, and that shit look good, if you're gonna put on the wig and that shit look good, I'm sliding. And yes, you will get a kid out of me, you'll get a ring out of me. So like the obtuseness that you are operating with and attempting to say that because a woman wears a wig or because she has this and that's weird.
There's issues up here, sir. So go ahead.
Stop. What you're doing by making that statement,
live your life.
You are somehow trying to draw a correlation between lack of competence and intelligence, and because she doesn't have. You're attaching a lack of competence based upon her aesthetic characteristics. Just because a woman wears a wig or just because she has a BBL doesn't mean she's not intelligent. Doesn't mean she's not smart. Stop the bullshit.
You don't think there's a direct correlation to her self-worth when she start putting cement and dumb shit in her ass?
When men go to Turkey to get hair treatment because they bald headed as fuck, do we question them?
Yes.
Hold on.
He
does.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Lego ignorant ass does.
This nigga's numb.
What are you talking about?
Hold on real quick.
This nigga's crazy.
All these people weirdos.
So we were just talking about that a couple weeks ago.
Go ahead, Kelly. I'll go after you.
Weird ass people.
I'll go after you, Kelly.
So I actually wanted to comment on the video. I agree with her for the fact that I believe a woman's beauty is a status symbol for a man with money. If you think about a CEO or a doctor or a lawyer and you think about what his wife looks like, you expect her to be an attractive woman. If he showed
She's
up
a regular
to a gala,
woman, though. She's a regular.
If she showed up to a gala and she was like overweight or unattractive, you'd be like, this is CEO, that's his wife. You'd be surprised. Like you expect men with money to have beautiful women. And I think when men do have money, they expect a certain caliber of woman.
Okay, and if I could interrupt, I don't
so
know.
Obama's wife is a 10. Obama's wife is a 10, or is she a regular girl?
So look, so to Austin's point earlier, when you do that, when you say, hey, look, it's weird to have this, it is for a woman. Given the fact that women are already the least unmarried, you're putting a layer in front of a woman being able to get married by pushing this narrative that they can't come to the playing field with whatever they have, whatever insecurity they have. If any man who finds beauty in that woman and they want to get married, we should be promoting that. We shouldn't say that, oh, those women are weird, you shouldn't put a baby in it. But you're advocating for men to go date a woman that already has kids. It's really like backwards. And then this thing about women's, this woman in the video saying that, you would date an 8 or a 9 if you could afford to. When we do that, we're equating, we're saying that we have to pay for beauty. We have to pay for a woman to be in her, me personally, in my opinion.
The word is provide, not pay.
Especially a black woman and being in a state of beauty. I believe that's her natural state, to be in shape, healthy, and beautiful. That is a normal state. We made the beautiful woman a unique being now. So something that you gotta purchase. You have to purchase beauty now. When it used to be a thing, when you look back in the 70s and the 60s, a woman with a beautiful woman was a norm. You didn't have to go and pay for that. But we've allowed our woman to become so lazy, and we put all these layers on it. Now, whenever a woman's in her natural state, beauty, you got to put a fucking dollar sign to it, which is a shame. And now you wonder why men are out here going to get passport.
I don't think that's what she was saying. I think she said that if you are a millionaire and you have unattractive women, you have fat women, you have in shape women, you have beautiful women, all the women are going to try to come after you. And you have a choice of woman, you're going to choose the beautiful one because you have options.
Even if the man doesn't have $1 million, what's wrong with a man who has 50,000 choosing an attractive woman?
Nothing.
That's not what
she was saying, bro.
If they have money, they're going
you can afford a nicer.
I know what she's saying. If you have money, your leverage of choosing a beautiful woman is much stronger because you can lead with your wallet. But I'm saying that ideology, that narrative is poison. It's poisonous.
What are you talking about? It's life.
hold on. Here,
no, that's not life.
No, there's pretty women. There's pretty. Y'all keep saying regular and all this stuff. A pretty woman is a pretty lady. Like, it doesn't matter. If you are someone that is attractive, all women that are attractive are not with men with money. They're just attractive and they're living a regular life. I don't see why it has to put a dollar sign to it. Now, we understand that guys with money have pretty ladies, but just as much as she's pretty, someone down the street that make way far less than them is pretty too. So that's why I don't get why she keeps saying afford. Like,
you would have had a better argument.
That part,
I was
she
going to
missed
add
me
to
there.
that. Yeah, Lady Di, you're absolutely right in that. It's basically what she's saying is that only the men who have money can afford pretty women. No,
Right.
It's just that pretty women are a byproduct of him having money because he attracts a bunch of women and he gets to choose. And why would he ever choose the unattractive woman when he can choose the pretty woman? That doesn't mean that you can't afford pretty. That just means that, hey, who wouldn't like every man wants a pretty woman. You know what I mean? I think here's the problem with what she said. If you ask majority of men, we pretty much got a decent gauge on what a dime piece is. You know what I mean? We know what a bad chick looks like.
Yes.
Here's the kicker with what's going on in today's society. If you asked 100 women to rank themselves on a scale from 1 to 10, what would most of them tell you?
Oh, I'm an 8. I'm a 9. I'm this.
All on gonna say a 10 because they ain't got no damn sense.
And that's the problem, is that you have a bunch of women who will believe what she said, which is you need to be able to afford a dime piece or a pretty woman. But all of y'all can't be dime pieces.
But then, Sweeney, that's where you get into the objectivity versus the subjectivity. Now, I will be the first to say, I've said this plenty of times before, and I'll say it to them, dating is a subjective market, but there's still a market. If a woman is the size, if she weighs more than Emmitt Smith or Barry Sanders and she run around here saying she's a 10, she can believe that bullshit in her mind all she wants. But the market will tell her very quickly, no, this is what you said, but this is where you rank, and we can judge you by the kind of men that you can keep, not the kind of men you can screw for a night. You're judged by the kind you can actually tangibly keep.
And we also not compensating for the fact that these men with money also have another thing going for themselves. So if you take two men with money that can actually choose the best of the best, the dimes, she didn't also compensate for, like, for example, you had a Grant Hill who made millions of dollars. I'm not gay, but all the women on the panel can say, hey, look, Grant Hill is a charming, decent looking brother that perhaps wouldn't have the lead with his wallet compared to somebody like Patrick Beverly, who, if y'all don't know, he's probably not.
Why you got to do Pat Bev like that?
Well, I'm just saying though, they both have money and they could choose the best of the best.
Yeah.
But the man who doesn't have the looks and isn't well put together has to actually compensate with his wallet. So that's not taken in consideration when you talk about women using their beauty as leverage to attract a rich man or to not date a man who's an average man.
Yeah, there was a woman that said something.
Somebody said Kevin Durant.
No, boy, hey, that was funny. There was a woman, I don't remember where I saw her at. She said men have the same luxury to some degree. It's not quite as much, but she called it the handsome handout. So you really have women have this thing called pretty privilege. Men have the handsome handout. In other words, genetic attractiveness or physical attractiveness grants you certain benefits, whether you're male or female. That's just the reality of the situation. If you're an attractive male, you don't have to have as much money. And
Sweeney, you don't have that. I just want to go ahead.
Who ain't got
I never claimed that I did.
Sweeney?
Oh,
never claimed that I did.
But
did he just?
That was mean.
Sweeney, how do you tolerate this man? I don't understand.
Hey, look, I don't know why he just trying to throw jazz because he done been getting cooked all night. So he gonna try to eat.
This is a fact. But I think that's one of the things where there are different. Tony Maceo says it this way: everybody pays a tax, and there are certain tax exemption forms that you get if you can fall within certain brackets. You know, you have to, if you're a single mother, you got to pay the baby mama tax. If you're a fat fucker, you got to pay the fat tax. If you but if you meet certain criteria, if you certain height, certain weight, certain all those things, you get this thing called tax waivers. Liam, a bullshit. So there's a lot of things that can offset some problems that you may have in the dating market based around but it goes back to, are you in the gym? Are you doing all those other things to offset the flaws. It's just that simple.
And I got a question for you, Austin. I like how you so eloquently put that. And this
Well, I
is
stole
what
that,
there's
but
no
I gave
shot,
credit.
no shots at black women or anything. We know they're least married. But
Right.
given that data, given that research, given those facts, and we also know that there's an overweight issue or obesity. If we took away, if women were,
Fat bitch issue.
if I'm not going to call them that, we know
I
about
would never
that.
use that word talking about black
We got
women.
married women on the panel. Let's not do that.
I'm about to say, please
And
stop.
fat men too. Men are fat.
Somebody
too.
said not the Pookie tax.
Oh. Before we get lost, if we take if black women were to just I ain't gonna say miraculous because I think it's possible. If black women were to come together and say, hey, look, we're gonna treat our bodies better, we're gonna be healthy.
Yeah.
And all of them, for the most part, that 80% of overweight went to 10% overweight.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think black women would black men and black women marriage rate increase?
Hell yeah.
Oh, 1000%.
And I'm gonna tell you why, because here's the thing. And I've said it, I phrase it a little bit differently. I say, ladies, let's just assume whatever you've done, let's take it at face value. Nicole's heard me say this on Clubhouse a bunch. Whatever mistakes you made, I don't care how many kids you got, I don't give a damn about none of that shit. Let's just say you take your basket of eggs where they are right now. You say, you know what? From this day forward, you ain't even getting access to me. You ain't getting access to this cooking, none of that, unless you got a college degree, this, and I'm getting myself together. If women adopted that philosophy, they could be this, they could have 4 kids by 4 different men. I swear, oh Lord. The entire black community would correct itself overnight because men do anything in pursuit of some ass. Anything in pursuit of some ass. Anything. So if all women collectively,
basically you're saying we just simp more, right?
But I mean, listen, like I always say, I don't know, and I hate this. I hate that I'm called this, but I don't give a damn. I would much prefer to simp for the women than engage in the sausage fest, than simp for the sausage fest. You got me fucked up. I would never. I'm not doing it. There's no way in hell I'm sausage pandering. Fuck.
You said you simping for sausage?
I said I would never simp for the sausage fest.
Is there a third option?
I was just like, wait, what?
Is there a third option?
Turn your ears on. I know that truth goes over your head. Turn your ears on, church.
Is there a problem for women upgrading their choices? Because for years, men have been saying women need to choose better. Yeah. Women need to choose better, and they need to, not choose the Pokemon. And now that women are saying, okay, now I'm going to raise my standards. Black men have been telling black women, raise your standards, raise your standards. Now they're doing that, and now you're still unhappy because maybe she's not choosing.
Because here's the thing, and let me break
black
this.
Women cannot win. I
No,
promise.
and they can't, because let me break this down to you as well. If a fat woman, watch this. If a fat woman goes
10 years now, 10,
right?
20
If a fat woman
But
goes
10 years later, she's 10 years older. So now she's raising her standards, and
Hold on,
she's
Mr.
10 years
Lego.
older.
Hold on, Mr. Lego. Let him address
it. If a fat woman,
wait, that was perfect, Mr. Lego.
It was, but if a fat woman,
I'm just saying,
correct. The
women got older now, so
but that's fine.
Got a point.
If a fat woman, you also got 10 years older too. If a fat
I'm a man, what the hell that mean?
He's a man.
Come on, let him finish.
If a fat woman, if a woman that weighs 200 pounds, right? She's big as shit, big as Lizzo. She weighs 200 pounds. If she drops that weight, she gains access to a different kind of man. So she's not even going to want the men that she might have had access to at that.
But if the man makes more, then he gains access to.
That's the point.
Why do we like to dance around this? Because this Bruiser just asked that question. If women lost all the weight and got in shape and all that, well, the marriage rates would not increase. You know why? Because those same women will make money, and so now they're pretty and they make money. So you still won't qualify.
You saying even when women
that makes sense.
Money, Nicole. The typical black woman makes $50,000 a year. I need y'all to stop.
Mr.
How
Lego.
they making no damn money? What are you talking about? Y'all make the same amount of money as we do.
What do you mean they're not?
So there's men. Okay, I understand what you're saying, Nicole, but there's men who would be with a lady that is pretty with money. That doesn't matter. It depends on how the lady is treating her money, and she's thinking that she is over this man and he can't tell her nothing type. So you got to still be able to be feminine and be nurturing in a way where you're still a wife and not some ruler.
Yeah, she doesn't have to.
Hold on, so she said better health.
That's not
and
dating down.
better-
I'm just saying she still
better
got to
health
be able
and
to
better
be in
looking
her.
needs more money. Is that OnlyFans or something?
No, what here's what Miss Nicole said, and I actually kind of agree with her that I don't think the marriage rates will shoot up because the women lost weight. Because if you ask men what is most likely the main reason why they don't get married, it's the women's attitude. And then you couple that on top of what happens in the event of divorces. That's why men don't get married. Most men are still doing.
What did you say, nigga?
Most men, most women, again, we already know that most women are overweight, right? We know that without a shadow of a doubt. But when you ask men why don't they marry, what do they say?
We gotta talk about that sound.
They got a bad attitude. I agree.
It's because they have a bad attitude. I've seen plenty of men marry a chick who was overweight because she had a good attitude and she was supportive.
And I've seen plenty of men marry a woman who was hot. Lord, she had a bad attitude.
Oh, yeah.
I'd rather marry a woman with a
divorced
bad
now.
attitude that can fit in her drawers than the mother.
And that will make you a part of the crazy people who do crazy shit, because
saying,
that's
I
exactly
know,
what
because
and as soon
I-
and then when she take you to the cleaners, then you gonna be on YouTube red pilling out because your woman done took you to the cleaners.
Though, if black women actually, in droves, turn around and lost a lot of weight, they wouldn't get married. All their ass go on OnlyFans because they lazy as hell. They're just going to get on OnlyFans.
How do you know this? But you know what? Hold on, wait, Nicole. You know what? Wait, hold on. You know what?
And they're gonna have an attitude with the dude paying them.
Do that. You know the reason that they do this shit. The reason a lot of women go to OnlyFans. Dr. Jordan Peterson talked about this actually. He said a lot of the times, women, and I just watched this a couple minutes ago. He said that women actually go through puberty a year and a half faster that don't have fathers in their lives than girls that do have their dads in their lives. So the problem is, if men, this is why I always say on all my platforms, what I always say, Nicole, men are overall responsible. If men stayed in the goddamn house they make these kids with, right, especially their daughters, you wouldn't have had this problem. All those women, all them fat women that you're talking that shit about, they lose that weight, then they go find a goddamn husband. All the shit you saying now goes out the window. They wouldn't go on OnlyFans. They wouldn't have them.
What does that say to the 50% of men that
Hold
don't?
on, so this is how I look at it. But then, so we all know that we gender, right? So we are different. So when you let this man stay in the house with a lady that has an attitude, what happens? What is the man going to do?
When you say elaborate, what do you mean when you say you let him stay in the house?
Okay, so we know the show Snapped, right? I'm just giving an example.
Yeah.
So the men who are staying with these ladies with these terrible attitudes, I'm just using that point. They eventually are going to snap because they just physically, mentally, whatever, can't deal with it for some odd reason, right? That's something that they need to go and check because they got to be able to control their emotions as well because they can't deal with disrespect, right? But at the same time, these men that are feeling disrespected, what do they do when they feel disrespected by one of their peers, a friend that's a male? They fight, right? So they have to learn how to not do these things when they're with women, but they seem to not be able to do that. So what's happening is there's abuse going on. There's domestic violence going on. I'm just talking about the man though. So it seems like they're like not staying for this other reason of just they can't deal with the lady per se. It's not the child. Of course, men want to be with their kids.
If you're making the argument
my question is why do black women have attitudes?
Because the reason a lot of black women have that problem is because they are forced to rest in a state of masculinity more than they ain't coerced. They're forced to rest in a state of
what?
Forced by who?
If you let me finish my statement, you might
You
figure out
gotta
where I'm
let
going.
them talk and then respond. Go ahead.
Most black women have been forced into a position to have to rest in masculinity more than femininity, which causes them to suffer
this is so sad.
A heightened sense of aggression. And again, what I'm saying is not coming just from, this is not me conjecturing this shit. This is coming from, again,
Dr. Jordan Peterson, I'm assuming, because that's
Dr. Jordan Peterson. I mean, if he's a smarter man than any of us, he's a more educated man than any of us in here. So I would imagine that he would be just as credible a source.
Who are they being forced by?
That's not the answer. I
just don't know why a single
women
woman
are
has to
being
go through.
forced by Dr. Jordan Peterson to be masculine.
No,
I
that's
just
not
don't
it.
know why
If you look at what has happened,
Dr. Jordan Peterson is forcing women to be masculine, is what you're saying, right?
If you look at what has happened in the black community, right? Whether you want to, again, you can look at the data. Black women and men have always been. We have a matriarchal society in the black community. So That's not actually the way that God intended for it to be. But the truth of the matter is that black women are the predominant rearers of the child. They're the predominant caregivers. And so what happened is, and again, Kevin Samuel said the same thing.
Here come that twang.
We have a generation of harder women and softer men. We've had this problem for God knows how many years. Why we're acting like this is some
30
mystery.
years.
I'm sorry?
30 years.
It's longer than that. It's been longer than that.
No, it has not.
You know it's been longer than that.
It has not.
It has not. I keep trying to tell you, bro. I grew up around different types of women, and they were nowhere like the women now.
Mr. Laker, hold on, Mr. Laker. Or they being forced to become in this masculine state?
Dr. Jordan Peterson is forcing them, bro. That's what he said.
So I agree with Austin. I have a lot of friends outside of my race. I have more Asian, Hispanic, Caucasian friends than I have black friends. And I noticed that they don't have this angry masculine attitude that you talk about.
Because they have daddies, Kelly.
Exactly. So when you have a childhood where you're protected by your father, you're protected by your brothers, you don't have to worry about trying to get a job to help mom pay the bills. You don't have to worry about boys bothering you. You have a father there to protect you. There's a lot less anger and aggression you have to put forward. They're forced to be hard. They're forced to put up this. If you are in a soft environment, you don't have to build up a callus. So they're put in a harder environment. My white friends are like, oh no, my dad pays all my bills. I don't even have to have a job, and I can just go through school and he pays for school and everything. And I just got a job after finishing college, and I have a boyfriend that and then they're the race that all the men want to marry. So they get passed right from their father to their husband, and they don't have to worry about that. And if they do get pregnant, their parents take care of it. So they're not running around single moms with this stigma. So they don't have that hard lifestyle that they have to grow up in, and they're not forced to be these rough, aggressive women. So, and then their husbands, they marry them and they take care of them and they stay and they have babies and they get them a nanny and they get them.
So Kelly, the reason why I have a problem with the word forced is because for the first generation of stupid ass woman who decided to have a father's baby, she wasn't forced. So you got to look at the word forced. No, these were dumbass choices, generation after generation after generation. Stupid, idiotic.
Hey, Lil, you got to mute up.
Not forced.
So
Well, your mic is
really?
forced.
Here's the key.
Can I jump in here really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Nicole. I'll shut up.
I actually help women with femininity, and I did come on the scene rather gangbuster and going at black women, say you need to do this and you need to do that. Life has a way of humbling you, and with a lot of prayer, I had to take a look at the black community for what it really is, and I had to start being more balanced. Even my husband came to me and said, you gotta pull up on sisters just a little bit. You gotta become more balanced. When I took a look at Hood Time, there's a channel, Junior, if you've heard of Hood Time on YouTube, go take a look at that channel. And they show you West Philly. They show you parts of Chicago. They show you parts of Baltimore. The place, it looks like somebody opened up a trash bag and literally let trash out on the city. It's crime ridden. How is a woman supposed to be feminine and soft in that environment with no father? The police are non-existent. It's a food desert. Right, you're surrounded by crime and noise, and the schools are and respectfully for all the people who you're doing it, how you have to do it. So this is no shade to you, but I'm speaking and giving grace to women who had to grow up in that. It's not their fault that their mom made those decisions, that daddy wasn't there. She's making it the best way she can. Why is it she gets no grace? Those black women get nowhere. You're supposed to just get it right. And you're supposed to be just like Becky, who had daddy in a home, generational wealth, like patriarchal understanding from the beginning. our girls are growing up matriarchal. They do not.
Let me ask you a
But
question.
why?
Hold on, wait,
The question is why, Michelle?
Hold on, wait, Mr. Lego.
Hold on, y'all. Let
rock.
her
Let her rock.
land. Let her land. Let her land.
They don't even see the balanced perspective of the masculine and the feminine in the home. Why is it we can make all concessions and all excuses and all arguments for how brothers are doing it, getting out the mud, making mistakes, cleaning it up, but when it comes to sisters, she's supposed to have it right no matter what? And I had to take a look at that and go, you know what? As a femininity mentor, I got to see her where she is and how she grew up and where she's coming from and help her navigate that so she does not
And make excuses for her.
I have an answer for that.
Because she gonna turn around and have a fatherless baby just like her dumbass mama did.
Not
That's the problem.
Not at Cole's point.
Not if she's listening.
Real quick, I'm not gonna
a
say
lot of
it wrong.
women don't want to do that. They don't want to.
And
those that are listening, I'm
They don't want to do it, but they busting that ass open.
They'll bust that ass open though.
Okay, but I don't focus on women who are not listening. There are some sisters out there that are listening. So all I'm saying, y'all,
They bust their ass over like a cut watermelon.
So I understand what you're saying, but you give it to
there
me.
Is no buts. There's
I
no
understand.
You
But
but
it's
a
still
woman that grew up like that, she's supposed to have it right like Becky. Come on. That's not even fair.
But she has enough common sense to not do the same thing to her own damn children that her mom did to her.
And I'm
Is she not? Is she not?
Did you hear me when I
Is she
said I'm
dumb
trying
or
to break
something?
that cycle? Can you calm down just a little bit and hear what I said? I'm trying to break the cycle.
Miss
If
Nicole.
more sisters like me will try to take her under the wing and go, you know what? You can understand soft life. Let me show you how to do that.
My whole point is they're not forced in, Michelle. They're making a choice to be dumb just like their mama.
Ready to jump on her. You're so ready to judge her. You're so ready to tell her what she gotta do. How she
No, we're ready to leave her ass out in the cold until she gives her damn life together.
Your failure to really this is the problem. Your failure to understand what this lady is saying is really ridiculous, and it displays a high level.
I don't even got the women wanting to drag women down.
Well, no, it's not even that. The problem is this.
This is hilarious.
What you said, which was vital, you don't pay attention to the people that ain't listening. But that's what's happening. Even in this panel, it's niggas ain't listening. That's the issue that I'm seeing here.
But they want sex though.
Hold on, Austin. Wait, pause. First of all, you
We
said,
like
hold on,
hoes.
wait, Mr. Lego, please. Let me
This
have
is
this.
the thing that I'm. This is the thing
Austin,
that's
hold
just
on,
killing
hold
me. You
on,
said
Austin,
because you
hold
said
on.
something very interesting, Lego. That really. You said she's gonna do what her mother did. Because you said, well, I'm gonna go back to the first thing you said. You said the first stupid ass woman that had an out of wedlock child. Do you actually think because you said the first stupid woman, how did that originate when it comes to Black people's history? Because the first out of wedlock child.
If you want to go back to that,
The first hold on, no, because you ain't gonna be able to talk your way out of this dumb shit you just said. The first out of wedlock child came from a slave plantation. That was not a choice of a woman. So before you sit up here and make this argument,
Here we go.
He wants to make everything Black women's
you
fault.
cannot do
He
that.
wants to make everything
First of
about
all,
the go ahead and talk about the Monahan report.
It's not
again.
about the problem.
These women right now, today and last year, they still haven't fatherless babies like they ain't got no damn sense to this day. You want to sit around talking about a goddamn slave owner?
Where they getting the babies from? Because men still screwing them and not
They having sex with the stupidest man they can find, so the man won't ask for custody. That's what they doing.
Lord have mercy, God.
They're doing this shit on purpose.
This is the thing though. And I don't like going all the way back there with the whole slavery thing. But to me, there was a trauma that was inflicted on both Black men and women that to me was never corrected. It was never really addressed, right? And there's a lot of, and there's not excuses. There's not a lot of excuses. And I'll be real. When I came to the US in 2005 was the first time I saw Black women like
spitting out fatherless babies like a water sprinkler.
No. I came from Brazil straight here, where there was never no 50-50 conversation in Brazil like that. Men took pride in paying for everything. Even if she, and this is just, I'm just being balanced here. Even if she had a job, it was a choice. It wasn't real. It's not really, a discussion like that. When I came to the U.S. is when I first start seeing the whole 50-50, women want to be equal to men. And I'm like, girl, yeah, I got that, because I ain't never want to be equal to my husband. Like, that's the first time I saw Black women like really in this masculine type of role, holding everything down. I don't know, like it confused me. I'll be real. I'm being real honest. It confused
swallowing your spit and everything.
No. Let me just get it out. It confused me how the women here wanted to be equal to the men. It didn't add up. And then I started looking at where this shit started. And what I gathered, it was like Black women hopped on a bandwagon that had nothing to do with them, right? The whole feminist nonsense had nothing to do with them. They hopped on that bandwagon. The white women used them for numbers, and then the white women still could go back to their white men because of their privilege. And then you got stuck here still being, wanting to be equal to your man, right? And now because you're in that role, you're so aggressive because you have to be, right? Because when you're out there where you're not where you're not really supposed to be, working all these kind of different jobs and trying to, make the same money as the man and equal to the man, like it keeps you in this this heightened sense of masculinity that I never saw, and I'm being real, I didn't see before. So I really do think that there's a lot of room for growth. There's a lot of room for course correction if the Black woman wants the course correction, if she wants a better result, if she wants to say, you know what? Yes, there was trauma, but I'm going to own now where I am now, and I'm going to make that switch. There is room for that, but she has to want it. And if she don't want it,
all right,
if you don't want it, right here.
That's where Michelle comes in.
Black women, I'm not doing that. I mean, because that doesn't help anything to keep beating up on them. You're
nobody's beating up on Black women.
What the hell did we just hear for the past 5 minutes?
I'm not talking about Mr. Lego. Yo, there's 5 other dudes on this panel.
No, but I'm saying
I don't care. Like Mr. Lego gonna talk his shit. Can we talk about what the majority of
wait,
us
I have a question though. So to Nicole's point, real quick. So I understand what
Hold
you're
on,
saying.
what I do?
But like, if women are sitting here, so if they're not able to find this man that they want, right? Fine. But why do they have to get pregnant? Because that's what's making their life harder, is because not only are they doing it by themselves, but they're doing it by themselves with all these kids. If you take the kid out and it's just that lady by herself being single, paying her bills for her single self, right? Then it won't be that bad. It would just be like, you just gonna work, do what you gotta do until you get that man or whatever, and y'all do that later. But it's struggle because of the kids. It's not struggle because she's single.
And here's the reality.
Well, I'd like to respond to that.
Oh, go ahead.
Like to respond to that really quick. And you're absolutely right, because on my channel I teach marry before you carry. And in our community, we have me, Austin, and Leah will have a room with 300 or 400 people, and we'll say marriage is the answer. And Black people will push back on marriage is the answer. So
like now, Nicole, that don't mean
a damn thing.
If we have this ideology going on, this pathology going on in the Black community, how on earth the women that come to me, I'm trying to deprogram all of that that's going on in the Black community, get her past the violence, get her in a place where she can hear, because a lot of them, if they can get out of this chaotic community with a bunch of conflicting messages, a lot of them will hear. They will hear. Some of them will never listen to me no matter what. But there are some that that resonates with me, Nicole. But I have so much chaos. I'm in this busy city. I have to work. You talking about being feminine, and you talking about being a wife. I can't. This is too much, and because our community does not set it up for our women to win. And I am not making excuses, because there's a faction of women that didn't grow up like that chose, look, I want to be a boss chick and I get my fulfillment from working, and that's that. And they don't understand that they've taken on a very masculine posture that needs to be worked on as well. All I'm saying is, can we get some grace? I'm not making excuses, nor am I looking to accountability
Can't get any grace whenever it's a kid involved.
Queenie's been trying to get in for like.
That's
But
not
a lot
even,
of
trying to get in. Not even balanced.
When a kid's life is at stake, there is no grace.
Queenie's been trying to get in for like 20 minutes.
Miss Nicole, here's the problem. Our community was married at an 80% clips in the 60s. 80%. Arguably one of the greatest generations we ever had. They got the most done. That rate dropped in the 70s for a lot of different reasons. A part of the problem is that we're looking at this and we're looking at our women and saying, oh, well, they were forced into this behavior. No, it was an active choice. They made a lot of decisions and a lot of choices that led to a lot of the things that we endured. And here's the thing though. Same thing happened to black men. But here's the difference though. Nobody came in and gave black men grace for our behavior. Nobody went to black men couldn't say, oh, well, I didn't have a daddy at home, so it's okay that I get to go to jail, or it's okay I get to be a problem. It's okay. Exactly. And women don't get grace in this community either. It is what it is. Fix it. The whole point is that it's time for us to fix it. Men are trying to fix it, but our women are saying, no, well, you got to deal with my attitude. You got to deal with my problems. You got to give me grace. They are, because you hear the men complain about it.
I think we be on them too. We be on them. Like we live in Clubhouse. If you come to
Clubhouse,
they be in our back channel because we be on top of these women.
They call me a pygmy. Come on. I'm on your side, but I will not stand for these black women to be dragged over and over and over. That is not.
They're calling you a pygmy.
Well, hold on, real quick. Let me say something.
Hold on. They're calling you a pygmy.
You know, wait. If I may, hold on.
You a pygmy.
Hold on. If I may say, let me say. Hold on. Let me say one thing.
The skip me's be calling us pygmies.
Let me say this one thing because I got
one thing before you go, Austin. Miss Nicole passionately said she's not gonna stand here, and a lot of women do this too, and watch black women get dragged. But the same people who usher these things out of their mouth can sit here and watch children be dragged. Use that same energy in the courtrooms, in the family courts, when you know that these kids are 20
and preventing these damn women from having these babies. Yeah.
If you had these kids and you take full custodial rights of these kids, you could sit here and drag the kids, and then sit here and say you don't want a black woman to get dragged. But these black women are dragging children in and out of the courtrooms and into the incarceration.
That's why I don't give excuses.
And that's the problem, Nicole.
Daddy was an Aquarius.
Everybody want to do is kiss black women's asses so we can make money off of them and excuse the
That's why you don't get
that
grace,
they keep
because
doing.
it's a child's life.
They're killing and hurting children.
This is what I recommend. Let me say this.
They're hurting children and y'all don't give a shit. Y'all want to make some damn money off of them.
There's no grace. Since men are saying you're not giving any grace, everything's wrong with black women. Stop giving money to channels
not up to us
who won't work with you, who won't not give
everything isn't wrong with women. They just need to start having fatherless babies. Just one thing is their damn coochie.
Right.
If they close their goddamn legs, we'll be okay. It's one thing.
Help me get better.
Nicole,
don't even support those.
It's one thing.
The most dangerous thing in the world.
They can't hear y'all.
Wait. Hold on. Leah, what you trying to say?
We need to start putting Bergatron pills in McDonald's.
Cannot hear us.
Say one thing I'm gonna be done. The most dangerous thing in the world is a woman who's not covered by a man who pussy get wet.
Leah, what are you trying to say?
No, what I wanted to say is, if there's no room for grace when it comes to black women, I'm gonna need black women to sit it out completely.
Thank you.
When black men get shot in the streets, sit it out. Anything happen, don't go and march and go into Washington. Sit it the hell out. Since there's no room for improvement and there's no room for course correction and there's no room for us to bring these women back to the light, then we need to sit it out and let black men fight their race with the white men.
Let
Like
them figure it out on
But
their own.
and then leave it alone. That's all.
Now watch this. Now watch
No
this.
one ever
This is
said
what
that.
We've been figuring out on
but
their
then
own.
they
Y'all
said
keep
there's no grace.
like
They said there's
putting
no
out
grace.
babies
Grace
everywhere,
play.
making it
you
worse.
keep making this. You know what's so funny? This is the thing that kills me with you. You keep talking about black women spitting out these babies as if they're magically doing this bullshit by themselves. So stop. Number one, that's the problem. Number one. Number two,
Bro, can you stop? Stop pandering, bro. Stop.
telling the truth.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You still pandering? Stop, bro.
And you
It's too
still
damn late for this
bullshitting. So
shit.
what? So what's the difference?
Stop.
Everything you said been full of shit. And
Okay.
and the problem
Majority
is
of men don't have children.
Is that when you,
Majority of men don't have children.
Don't have children. And
the-
I ain't had a
and the-
child
and the-
in 20-some goddamn years.
Of the ones
what
that
are you
do,
talking about?
they're married.
Here's
Austin?
the problem. Here's the problem. This is the thing, right?
The hell are you talking about?
If we all decided, right, to really, again, like I said this whole time, combat what the real oppressor instead of doing this ridiculous infighting, because a house divided against itself can't stand worth a damn. We might actually see some damn progress. But the longer we sit up here bitching about what women doing, men doing, where the hell are we going with this?
I can answer your question, Austin, because it's very simple. My job in particular, one, I coach women, and two, at some point, because I hear y'all hear it. Lady Di tell you, women will turn around and be like, yo, I didn't like you. You said this, you said that. But after hearing me over and over again, they end up being like, you know what? I get it. Freaking Kelly said it. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Let Go. So my whole thing is I'm going to say what I say over and over and over and over and over again. And at some point, some woman who keep having random babies by random dudes going to say, you know what? Mr. Let Go is right. I'm a pookie picker. I'm going to stop doing this shit. And I'm going to require marriage before having another goddamn baby. And
what the fuck I
hopefully,
said?
if she ain't 4 babies in, she'll be okay.
Ain't that the same thing I said? Did you just repeat what I said back to me?
No, you like who
yeah,
said
I said that an hour and a half
women?
ago, brother.
What the hell you think?
At least I know you was taking notes on what I said. Praise the Lord for that. At least you was listening to some degree.
So you just babble just to be
Bruiser, there might
babbling.
be hope for this brother.
Bro, it's too late at night to be pandering to damn women. Ain't no women up. All the women sleep.
Boss man, I don't. You see me
pandering
what
and
the hell I
shit.
need to pander for?
Austin.
So can I say something?
Women don't need to do this. What are you talking about?
May I say something?
Yes.
I want to agree with Miss Nicole actually. When she was talking about giving grace, I do think grace needs to be given, mainly because when I was raised, my father taught us the importance of training, and training is you emulate what you see. So if a woman is raised to a fatherless home and she sees her mother having children and her mother working hard and her mother being the only provider, then she's going to repeat that behavior because there's nothing else that she can copy off of. There is no man in the home to teach her how to be a lady, to teach her how to work with men, to teach her even how to rightly relate with men. You learn that from your father. So I was raised with a mother and a father in a home, and I'm not masculine because my mother was raised by her parents and she married my father and they raised us, and I didn't see masculinity from my mother. I saw it from my father, and they were both there and they stayed married till my father passed away. So it's easy to repeat that cycle. It's easy for me to rightly relate to a man because I saw the way it should be. It's really hard to emulate something you don't even know that exists. That's not your world. So I think people like Ms. Nicole need to be put in place to help women see that this new reality, because they didn't grow up in it. They don't even know what that looks like, except on TV.
Okay, but so my thing is, I get exactly what both of you guys are saying, but at the same time, if you grew up poor, right, you only used to having a certain lifestyle and you're comfortable sort of with it because you're a child. But when you become an adult, you're going to do the things that you're used to doing, which is being poor, like how you grew up. But then what happens is you hit a side of struggle, which is pain. So you're going to continue to be poor because you're used to this lifestyle, or are you going to change because you don't like the way struggle is feeling? That's what I'm getting to. I understand the grace part, but then it comes to a reality setting in. If I messed up and had a child with a man that's not going to sit here and be a father, because we know what that looks like, I'm going to sit here and keep doing it, or I'm going to sit here and be like, you know what? I don't like how this feels. I'm not going to repeat these cycles because this is not right. This is struggle.
So if someone is poor,
common sense.
So Kelly, let me stop you. Let me stop you, Kelly. Kelly. If a person, hold on.
Let her respond, Ms. Lego. Let her respond.
Go ahead.
If someone's poor, they can do a number of things. They can gain financial literacy by reading books. They can get a financial coach. They can go to school. They can do things to learn how to be different, to learn how to manage their money. They can take courses. They can do the Dave Ramsey course. There are things you can do to learn how to be better with money. But if you never do that, you're going to continue to make the same financial mistakes.
Right.
You actually aren't, Kelly.
Same thing with people.
Kelly, hold on.
If you never educate yourself, if you never get a mentor, if you never
you're
learn.
not understanding, these are human beings. We have the ability to evolve. None of us are cursed to do the same shit that somebody else did, okay? That's crazy. We're not animals. We're human beings. And if a person had crackhead parents, does that mean they're going to go and smoke crack? That's stupid. So any human being So any human being that turns around and does the same dumb shit as their parents, that person is stupid. They're making a choice.
That's like your father smoking and saying, "You better not smoke when you grow up." Are you going to listen to what he says? Or
My
what he
mom
does?
smoked weed. My mom smoked cigarettes. I don't smoke
My mom
shit.
did worse shit than that.
What are you talking about?
Well, hold on.
I don't do none of that shit.
I don't do none either.
Because my mom smoked weed and smoked cigarettes.
Right.
I don't
That's
smoke
true.
nothing.
Because you know it don't feel good. That's what I'm saying. It's something that does not feel right. So
I have sense. I'm not
I'll go after you. Go ahead, Lady Di.
So what I'm saying is we all did not have a great upbringing. Let's be real. Some of us did, some of us didn't. All right. So if that's the case, I wouldn't be married right now. If that's the case, I wouldn't even have fucking kids, to be honest with you.
Well,
but
no,
at the same time, I don't like the way certain things are. I don't like a certain lifestyle because it's not comfortable. So you have to, as an adult, you have to figure out what makes sense. That is, anybody could come from a bad environment and turn that shit around when they become an adult. There's many people who have. There's people who have done it and made those terrible mistakes, and then I don't like that, and they go away from it. And then there's people who come from these bad environments, and they're like, I don't want that shit for me, and they don't do it at all. Those are still choices, though.
So
Let me just say something before. And let's because we just glossed over it. We never even looked at this. Let's not act like that people in poverty don't have a high probability, women specifically, of having kids intentionally to thrive off of government assistance and Section 8 programs, stuff like that.
Thank you. Meaning they do this shit on purpose.
Let's not sit there like, oh, well, they need some grace, but whenever they're pretty much sacrificing a man's seed to be able to compensate for their lifestyle or their survivability. Also, let's not act like they're using kids as a way of a means to be able to survive on and not even care about his development.
Hold on, Miss Nicole. Bruce, I wanted to clarify something because Leah said something that was kind of terrible when I said that nobody deserves grace. I'm talking about nobody has given men grace for doing fucked up shit in our community and nobody gave them grace for that. So I said that no, our women shouldn't deserve grace either in that aspect. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't empathize with one another when something bad happens to us. But here's also my point. Men aren't even being given grace for being average men, for being regular men, having a regular 9-to-5 job. They're not being given grace for just that. I've been seeing on these panels, in these tweets and everything else, a man making $50,000 a year is not good enough. Is that not? And that's the average income, no matter the.
But y'all want us to accept single mothers and fat women.
I think grace to be extended on both sides.
He just killed the whole show.
Can I?
We're not even being given grace for being average, regular working men.
Grace is not given either way.
Yeah,
and all I'm saying, you know what? Obviously, y'all don't come to my. It's okay because you don't know me. If you knew me, you would know my message. I've always told women how to vet a man thoroughly.
And they calling you a pick me.
Hold on. I've all of them don't call me pick-me's, obviously, because I'm good at what I do and I produce marriages. I'm one of the very few Black women who do what I do. I actually have produced marriage. I actually have the bona fides to say what I say. And the reason why a lot of Black men have a reason why a lot of Black men have a problem with me is because they want me to yell and scream at these women when they come to me. They coming to me already broken. They're already hurt. I don't need to beat them down more.
Well, you saying that Black women are calling you pick-me's because of
nobody's asking you to beat nobody down, Nicole. You're just making excuses for them on this panel.
Oh my God. Just
let her finish.
Let her finish.
Oh Lord.
Stop making excuses for them on this panel in real time.
Mr. Lego, giving her grace doesn't mean I'm saying what you did is okay, girl. I am of a very few Black women that tell women these are your consequences. That's why a lot of them don't like me initially, because I am telling them the consequences. Where did I get those consequences from? Mr. Let Go, guys like Sweeney, guys like Lapeef, guys like Bruiser, guys like Austin, who said, Nicole, these are the consequences. And this is what I do. I go back and relay it to the women. This is what's going to happen if you don't marry before you carry. But when they come to me, the men get mad because I don't go on my channel and finger wag. They don't need finger wagging. They need grace, just like a lot of you all brothers.
Okay, can you explain grace, Michelle? What do you mean by grace?
I promise.
You got a finger wagging and you got grace. Can you explain the grace?
I promise.
I can.
Explain grace versus finger wagging.
No, don't let her off the hook, Kelly. Don't let her. No,
let her go.
I can.
Tired of shit.
So from a biblical perspective, just let me finish. From a biblical perspective, there was a woman. Her name was Mary Magdalene, and they wanted to stone her because she was found in bed with another man. She was actually, and Jesus said, and they wanted to stone her. They wanted to throw rocks at her until she was dead. And they asked Jesus, "What should they do?" And Jesus said, "He who was without sin cast the first stone." Even though she was within her right to be killed, according to their biblical principles, they didn't kill her because no one was without sin. He gave her grace when he didn't have to, and he allowed her to be renewed and restored, and he saved her after
he still has
consequences. He gave grace.
Yeah, she still has consequences after we extend grace. Grace is just something that humans can benefit from.
Okay, so y'all done.
Hold on, real quick.
Can I address the men not getting grace?
What did Mary do after she got her grace? Did she continue down the same road, or she
changed?
No,
she took up the cross and followed.
Oh my God.
Wow. So she didn't keep doing stupid shit? Oh, okay.
But that's what happens when you extend grace. It gives people the space to change.
Miss Nicole, I got one good question for you. I got one question for you.
Before you write about
I got one question for you. When you were holding women's feet to the fire on your own platform, when you was going at them, you was telling them what's happening to them, you're dying alone, you ain't got no man, you're doing this. What was the overall response to you?
From the women that wanted help, they listened.
No, I said the overall. I don't care about the ones that want to help. Obviously, they're gonna listen. I mean, what was the overall response to you?
Overall response. I
pick me, Miss Nicole. You need your channel deleted. Yeah, get up out here. Exactly.
But I'm not. Listen, because
she don't even have accountability to point out people who don't have accountability.
You want me to say something? I'm not gonna. You're trying to.
Thank you, bro. This shit is crazy. Are you done, Michelle? Because I've been waiting. I'm just playing with my phone. Are you ready? Because you keep talking. You keep talking. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Are you done? It's 1 o'clock. Are you done?
We'll have to wind down. Okay.
So we're gonna wind down, and this is how we're gonna wind down. Ain't nobody got time to be playing with these goddamn women, okay? Women have common sense, or tell me that they don't, and I'll stop talking.
Common sense these days.
No, hold on, I'm done. It's my turn to talk.
Oh, women are children.
Women are children. So look, the bottom line is women are purposely having fatherless babies left and right like they ain't got no goddamn sense. And the only way this shit is going to stop if they make a law where they'll lock y'all asses up for having fatherless babies. That's the only thing that's going to stop these goddamn women. So y'all can say, you give it grace. It's not going to work because they love getting, let me tell y'all something. We in a recession, right? A lot of us paying over $2,000 a month in rent or whatever. Guess what? These little poogie baby making chicks making. I mean, what they paying? They probably paying about $1,000. Why? Because they have some goddamn poogie babies. They're doing this shit on purpose.
Miss Nicole, I got a second question for you.
It is bullshit.
I got a
How
second
much is
question.
Pookie paying in rent, or is he sleeping on someone's
I got a second question. I got a second question.
Yeah, we gotta wind down.
Pookie baby making ass.
I got one more
Where's
question.
Pookie?
Hold on, y'all. I got one more question.
Session on black women.
Miss Nicole, I got one more question. Now, on one of your videos when you was going at the brothers and you was telling them like, hey, these dudes are doing this, they doing you dirty, they ain't did this, that, and the third. What was your overall response from the women?
The women, the same.
They was like, you a pick me when you was going at men? They called you a pick me?
There are people that are going to call me a pick me, and there are people.
What was the overall response? I don't care about some people. If you had to gauge it, what would you say that the typical response was?
Some women call me pick me's, and those women will never listen to me.
I
don't focus on people that never listen to me. That's a lot of energy. I focus on women who listen.
So you can't.
That's my job. Is to focus on women.
I get that,
who listen.
but you have to. But when you're talking
You
about
wanted me to
when
say
you're talking about an
women
overall
rejecting
group,
me, and they're not. I'm successful for a reason. They're not. They're not
I
overall
didn't say they're
rejecting me
you.
because
Nicole, do you know I've gotten women married with what I do also?
You're yelling at me.
I'm not saying.
You know,
I'm not
I've gotten
saying.
women married.
Hold on, Mr. Lego. Hold on,
Also?
real quick. Hold on, Mr. Lego. I'm not
I
saying.
think they should make chastity
I'm
belts
not
for
saying. I'm not
penises.
saying that they're rejecting you. I'm not saying that they're not coming to you. But the problem with what you're saying is that you said that you're focused.
Turn into a black woman bashing.
It's not black women bashing. I just asked two simple questions.
Junior, thank you so much. This has been great.
Here we go.
I'm
Black
not-
women bashing. You're
listen.
bashing black women.
Mr. Lego.
You part of the problem.
I think all pookies. I think all
God
pookies need to go
damn.
register for their chastity belts.
It's not. Listen.
Yo, that would actually help. Get some Gucci chastity belts. Oh yeah, we'll be good.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Register. All
Hey,
pookies
Sweeney.
need to get a chastity belt. Lock up the penis.
Hey, Mr. Michelle, Sweeney got a question for you. Do you want to answer it? You gonna answer it?
If it's about my channel, I've already.
I just simply asked. I said the reason why I asked what was the overall response. I get that you focus on the women that listen to you,
Right.
and as you should. When you're a coach, that's who you should focus on.
I'm not a
But when
coach.
or coach or help, whatever you want to call it.
I'm a mentor. There's a difference.
Okay, mentor, coach, doesn't really matter. It's obvious that you should focus on the people that want the information, that want to do better. However, we know that when we're talking about this, we're talking about the overall group and how the overall group is being seen. So if you take an objective look at your audience and what kind of responses you get, you would notice that majority of the women aren't rocking with what you're saying. Like, well, don't quote me, but just like Kevin Samuels helped out a lot of people, right? But majority of the women didn't rock with what he said. They largely called him they called him sweet and everything else, just like they called you a pick me. Hold on, Austin, hold on. Just like they called you a pick me.
Not just black women. I have a myriad of women.
What you're
trying to get me to say is the women who rock with me are going to amen me no matter what I say. Then
That's not
people,
true.
no matter what I say, are still going to dislike Nicole Michelle. I focus and hone in on the women who come to my channel, who purchase my courses, who go follow me from platform to platform. I focus on them. You want me to say women?
Y'all heard that too, right?
I want you to.
Y'all heard that right?
I want you to be
y'all heard that right?
Hold on, Mr. Lego.
Y'all heard that right?
Mr. Lego, hold on.
Y'all heard that right?
Hold on, Mr. Lego.
Y'all heard that right?
We're not
Mr.
Lego.
Don't you sell a coaching course?
We're not.
See, let me tell y'all something. I get in these women's asses, but I still coach them.
Stupid shit to
See,
women.
I don't turn around. No,
though.
I need y'all to understand this. I get in these women's asses and I still coach them. I'm not kissing women's asses and then turn around and selling them shit.
I'm not a coach.
Bash the shit out of them like the manager does. Then say you ain't one of
That's
them.
a difference. That's the difference right there. I'm real. I'm not kissing nobody ass in order to sell no goddamn course.
Then say you're not one of the niggas that bash.
Right. Good for you. I'm not a coach.
I'm not kissing nobody ass in order to sell a goddamn course.
Well,
That's the difference right there. Bullshit.
Mr. Cole, the overall
What you
point I
said
was
is
trying to make
bullshit.
is that anytime you've
This
had a
is getting
situation,
highly disrespectful because I've never insulted anybody else's.
It been crossed that line.
Don't worry, Mr. Let Go doesn't kiss women's ass, but he will eat them.
Oh,
Yes, I will definitely eat a woman's ass. Exactly.
On that note,
Stick a tongue in it, everything.
Super chat, y'all. Rosebud Bennett $5 says I'm probably late, but Sweeney, she don't even need to smell good.
Are you reading that on
Thank you
purpose?
for reading it right this time.
Thanks, Chicago.
oh my god.
Public school
This him.
Chike Auto LLC. Appreciate you, brother, again.
Hey, Mr. Cole,
$49.99.
I'm subscribing to your channel right now, though, just in case you didn't know that.
Shout out to the ladies on the
I'll
panel.
subscribe to yours too,
Looking
sweetie.
beautiful. Kevin C. HNL.
Let go over here trying to count people's pockets.
I've read Monahan. How you say that word? Report
Monahan.
multiple times. Monahan, right? Report multiple times. Black men did not leave families for
Anglo white women.
Anglo white women. Okay. Outward of wedlock births 1965 was over 20%.
Did you read part 1 or did you stop there? Did you read part 2 and 3?
Rosebud at $2 says Wig or Kid Value 1 hosted by DJ Step. The Let Go. Kevin C. BBLs are not necessary. Keep it natural, ladies. Rosebud says Mr. Let Go only jealous of the Turkish Harrow procedure because
Hairline.
Okay, hairline. I'm just reading what it says. Procedure because it wasn't out of his body, was letting his hairline go. Chad Poole, 199. I see you broke guys with bad chicks all the time. Fantasy Island Girl. What y'all laughing at? Me or y'all just laughing?
No, I'm laughing at the super chat you just.
You didn't read it. The Turkish hairline.
Oh,
Fantasy
man.
Island Girl, 499. Black women need to raise their standards for themselves first. JB, 499 says black women aren't raising their standards. They're creating delusional standards. Ali says, didn't Austin off the script say he hasn't had sex in a minute?
Yep,
He
Let
said
Go
if
did
a
too.
woman got a wig or BBL, it don't matter. Now he said when with high body count and degrees will get more men, question mark.
I had to say 3 days ago.
I never said that.
Run through and alone. Ali, 499 says, Bruiser and Sweeney, y'all letting Austin.
Man, Ali, we tried, bro.
Rhymes on the panel where y'all at.
We tried.
No, I don't.
Should it be
Shut all that shit down. Get tired of this shit.
In their life have attitudes. That's why BM.
Well, you got cooked on this panel this whole night.
Too damn late at night to be fucking pandering and shit. 1 o'clock in the morning, still pandering.
Respect JR, man. Let him read the chat.
Ali 1999 says Austin just told y'all a man should stay in a household where women run a household. Then he just said women
No, I didn't.
are forced to be in a state of masculinity. Brother, respect you and men. Jordan Peterson don't teach this. Sims do. The real Pookie $2 says black men are victims.
Not an ounce of Jordan Peterson.
The true $5 says I've traveled all over and literally seen women in way worse, dire situations still be feminine than go farm afield. Black women applaud being difficult. AL $5 says little girls get praised for having an attitude / bossy when they are 5 to 8 years old. The attitude grows into adulthood. That's the problem. JB99 says Austin and Mrs. Nicole are correct for the masculinity and black women. The thing is, though, the world doesn't owe you understanding, and as an adult, it's on you to address the issues. JB499 says ultimately,
thank you, JB. That's
care
all.
while you're a masculine female. I don't want to deal with your attitude. Ali again says women are harder now because they want to be the man, and women without responsibility. Austin experienced women before you make these remarks. Women said they're strong and independent and don't need men in marriage in 2023.
I got a kid. I've experienced them. Trust me. Quite
You experienced one.
I've experienced a whole lot more than that.
They are not so good.
Maybe two.
Men being the issue.
Shit.
Women do have sex, pregnant a lot. They're not forced. It's called zero accountability. AL $10 Austin member says women are also taught not to trust men. They are in the mindset that things got to go their way and seek control. That's why we see women talking to men like they're his mama. $2 from AL says women be asking for grace, but give no grace. Chad Pooh 199 says the older generation of mothers fail the women. Faceless Man, $50. Shout out to you, brother, for that big super chat. Says shout out to the Clubhouse crew up on the panel tonight. Leo, Leah, and Miss Nicole K. Dusty. Greatness to work, $5. I remember says Leah Javinci. That's a bad take. Black men have been deleted protecting black people, not just women. Shaquille Robinson is a black woman where all these black women marches at. ICU 499 said Mr. Let Go wants Austin to pander to the sausage fest newsflash. Intelligent men know how to think for themselves. Ali 499 says y'all saying show women love, understanding, and grace. 2 panels ago, y'all don't. Bruiser men showing up and up unprepared.
That's why I asked the question that I asked. That's why I made the statement that I said. Because 3 episodes ago, there was no grace for men.
NRG $2 says black women only march for thuggle and trivial-ish.
Facts.
Greatest
They be quick to jump out there and start march for some dumb shit.
And many missed it. Stop talking to black women who ain't listening. Reach those who are listening. Everybody can't go.
Thank you.
Lord Geotron Fowler says, gentlemen, let's the lady speak first. Ladies, soft, soothing, smooth, warm words. Please, it'll get you listen to way more. Ladies also show class. Silk says it comes down to choice, and if black women chose and continue to choose badly when it comes to men, the community won't change. Ali 1999 says women irresponsible with vagina is the biggest problem in the community. You said my body, my choice. You told a man he has no say for what you and your child will do once you want a baby, but you will kill a baby a man wants. Seriously. I see you 499 says somebody take Mr. Lego to the bathroom and get him together. O'Shea, $2. Manosphere and Red Pill dudes want women punished. Rosebud Bennett, $2 says no more Pookie babies. JB says 499. Mrs. Nicole is saying that she chooses to give grace to the women she helps because she considers that part of the work she does.
Thank you.
Ali 999 says don't breed chastity belts for P. If women keep their legs closed to their married, men can't give it up. Women give it up. Stop the cap system.
I don't think they can keep their legs closed.
Mr.
It's
Cole,
like protractor things.
Mr. Cole, I understood why you gave grace to the women. Like, I understand that. And I agree with you. Give grace to the ones that's working and trying. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people out there that's demanding grace but will not give it if the shoe is on the other foot. I.e., when Bruiser asked last week, should men be giving, it was 3 weeks ago, should men be giving grace? And we were just talking about the average man's income when he asked this question. Mm-hmm. You should have seen the chat. Nope.
Really?
Nope. Yes. Even the people on the panel said no.
Nope.
That's cat. People say stuff on social media. They
Bruiser, am I lying? Bruiser, am I lying?
Really?
You're not lying. You're telling the truth. I asked that question because the fact that men come from single mother household and they emasculated and they become weak. Say they don't want a weak man. They want to show none of these men grace. But these same men will turn around and show grace to these women who come from single mother households with the probability of becoming a single mother themselves.
From the same spot.
And these men are electing to become stepfathers and take care of the kids they had with another man. We showing them all kind of grace, but they don't want to show us a grace. We're average, and we don't earn enough. We're not tall enough. All these other things. But
That's
we all
all
come from the same environment.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's all I was speaking to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I agree. And if you have ever heard me speak, Austin is gone. But if you've ever heard me spep, I get in these women about that too.
Oh, now you can be real. Austin gone.
They have a chip on their shoulder that a lot of them that a lot of things that they're asking for, they're not going to be able to get because of that chip on their shoulder. So that's why I'm here, to extend grace to the women that come to me and ask for it. I'm not giving it broad. There are to your point, Sweeney, there are a whole lot of women that want my head on the platter because they say I'm a big pick me and all of that kind of stuff. Those women don't.
That's what I was speaking to.
They're not listening to you. They're not listening to me. They're not listening to Manosphere. They made their decision.
But that's what I was asking you that question because I wanted you to look at it on a broader scale because we're talking about people in general, not the ones, obviously the ones that come to us want the help. I'm talking about what is the overall response, and most of it has been negative. There was a video of a woman just her husband asked her, can his friends come over for a movie night? She decided to, you know what I mean, make him up a meal and a dinner and stuff, and have a little meal out for him and his friends. And she got the overall response was negative. How dare you take care of him? He don't need that. He ain't your kid. This, that, and the third. This looks like slavery to me. This is the response that just doing something for your partner that's nice is getting. So I can only imagine what the response is if you tell women, give black men grace. They come from the same place that you come from, so you should be able to. Average is okay. I guarantee if you went and made a whole podcast about that, the overall response, I'm not doing no average. Average ain't good enough for me. I need a house in the hills and this, that. You be like, wait a minute.
But you know what I tell them, sweetie? You know what I tell them? Time is on my side, and I'll be here when the market self-corrects and you were 35, 40, 45 and still single. I'll still be here to tell you how you can be successful at this age, because what I told you 10 years ago and you ignored me, called me pick me, and told me that I was, so I tell women, look, that here it is. You can choose to eat, you can fuss at me, you can fight how life is, or we can work together and help you get what it is you get. But finger wagging, fussing at her, calling her names, dragging her that's just not my business model. And I don't think that that's successful. I don't want to brand myself as someone that's a finger wagger, because that's not even me in real life. But if they come to me, I have a heart for them. It says, Nicole, please help me where I am. I'm going to do that. That's all. And that's what a mentor does. A coach is telling her what she want to hear. I don't do it. I'm not a coach. I'm not an influencer. I'm a mentor.
And you can understand why I said the thing about the grace and the kids, when it's concerning the kids, it's really like hands off. It's like, and you can understand as far as accountability goes, like it's not, men can't beat a woman down. We can't beat y'all women down. If we try to beat y'all down, y'all still have all these safety nets and resources that y'all can go to. Y'all can beat us down and we'll still have to have accountability. We'll still go into the jailhouse. We can't go into the shelters. We can't get none of the aid and none of that. When we don't show y'all grace, y'all have the government, y'all have all these programs that's going to show y'all grace. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's a difference.
Like, all right, Carl, let me get to these last super chats, man. I only got 6 left, y'all. Let me get to them. Let me get up out of here. Kelly Connections phone name says Pookie belts lock up the penis. Coming soon. Lord Geotron $5 also member says, please people find it and incorporate some wholesome spirituality into your lives. Me-ism and selfishness is ultimately counterproductive. Find God. Cold Blood Rockwilders $5 says Pookies never tend to stay or pay, and in most cases women know it. Silk Mrs. Nicole just glossed over Sweetie's point about average men, but these will have Pookie's babies, and he's below average.
All because he was the right height and was bow-legged.
Right. Ali 1999 says women don't want broke and broken men, but want men to heal you, protect you, and pour into you, be understanding, and help you grow into a fully developed woman. That's not his job. That's your job to grow up.
I agree with that.
Lord Geotron $10 I remember says, ladies, I love to give women honor, praise, and sympathy. And most men do. The thing is, you all can't verbally demand it. Without words, force it out of us. Give us something to praise. We will. All this chats.
Seriously, there was a chick on the video that said that she made a baby with this dude just because he was bow-legged.
Really, Sweeney?
You lying.
I remember that. Nah, it was about a documentary. I seen it. Yeah, it was a chick in Atlanta. I remember that. Capitol Homes.
Just because he was bow-legged. She liked his bow-leggedness.
Wow,
that's why she made a baby with him.
This is what we dealing with, y'all. And y'all want to give him grace.
That's the materialistic part of it.
No, you just need to stop.
That's not even materialistic. Those are human legs, not material. That's not materialistic. He didn't buy them legs. That's a human.
Then when the baby, and the sad thing about that, Mr. Legos, when the baby come out, he don't have the bow legs because the kid is not even his.
And here's the crazy part.
Oh my God, bye. Y'all bye.
Hey, Miss Nicole, and here's the tripped out part. They interviewed the dude, right? Hold on, wait. They interviewed the baby daddy, right? And before they even started playing the interview, they was like, "Yeah, here's Jonathan. He hasn't been employed since in 5 years. He doesn't do this. He's doing terrible in school. You know what I mean? He's walking. All he does is walk up and down the street with his boombox every day." And then they started interviewing. He was like, "Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just chilling." And then they flashed back to her and was like, "Well, why did you have why him? Why would you to have his baby? What was you thinking?" "Oh, I just really like his bow legs."
That's crazy, man.
Did
you see that video? Did you see that video where the man was on the phone and he asked his woman why she keeping the kid, 11-year-old kid, keeping it from her that kid wasn't his or something. He found out by going through her phone, looking at her group message between other females, clowning him for taking care of a kid that ain't his.
Yeah.
I can't believe. I'm trying to figure out, and it's a question for the ladies.
Drop that in the chat again, Bruiser.
Hold on. We can't do no questions. We got to wrap up, y'all.
Okay. Just a thought. Just a thought. Y'all ain't even got to answer. Like, how are women?
Wait, we're not pandering 1:30 in the morning. We done pandering 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, let go.
At that time.
I'll drop it.
Oh, you a mess. Oh my God.
I just want to say,
we still pandering.
Yeah, I just want to thank the panel, man. I want to thank Kelly Connection, Bruiser, Mr. Let Go, Sweeney, Nicole, Michelle, Lady Di, Leah, Austin, anybody.
And JR, thank you for having us on the podcast. That was dope. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for lifting this band, JR.
Thank you. Always.
Lifting Mr. Let Go's band.
My bad, Kelly. We ain't let you get in there as much as we wanted to.
Yeah, I was hogging the mic, man. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the greatest network ever, the greatest show ever, the Lapeef Network and Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys share this stream. If you're just coming in, you're late, just catch it on the replay. I want to say thank you guys. Hopefully I see you guys soon. We out, yo. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Good.
Get these shirts ready. Sit on the ankle. We try to find out. Sweeney about to hit this freestyle.
Go ahead, Sweeney.
Hey, Bruce, I like your setup over there, man. I'm planning on getting mine like that too.
Oh yeah, man. Come home, join, bro.
I'm about to get my chair and everything.
This is my little office right here, man. I took the little office loft upstairs. So, yeah.
It's nice. Are there no lights up there?
No, I mean those are rooms like other bedrooms and stuff back there, but it's like a little loft area. This side looks over the foyer area, so I can see who comes to the front door and stuff, man. I got a big, huge area back here. It's for like a theater. Like I can put like monitors and a projector. It's real big over here. So
we'll come over when we do our show in DC.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, but I'll be at the show in DC. I'm gonna get to.
You move.
Yeah, we moved from Virginia.
How dare you?
Oh man,
not tell us.
Yeah, man. Don't worry, cause JR know I'm gonna go get them tickets and be in here like a bouncer. I gotta keep these people off JR back.
What's in Atlanta?
Well, the housing market. It was a housing market. Like the same house, if we would have bought it up there, would have probably cost like $800,000.
Jesus Christ.
We got this for $515,000. A $515,000 house is a regular townhouse. You know, one of them houses connected.
Yeah, it's expensive in DC. I used to live in Bethesda.
Oh, Bethesda, Maryland. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've been out there. I actually played on a basketball team, the military out there on the base.
I'm gonna stay right here in Texas where I can get a bucket of chicken for $4.95.
Oh, you in Texas?
Chicken for $4.95 anywhere?
Hold on, y'all in DC?
Nah.
I'm talking about Kelly. Y'all ain't up. Hold on, y'all in Houston, right?
Where are we?
Houston.
You know mysterious. I can't say.